Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We are going to get to our, I think this is Zygomore number 2 right here. So I'm just getting my image up here so that I can see this. Also going to close that thing down 1 second. There we go. Let me get this image. Let's see, we got to get rid of yesterday's. We're taking our new one. Come on. And we're going to bring it over here. There we go. Now I can see it. Because this is the one we're doing today. This here is the one that we did yesterday, and these are from Archvillain, some crazy fungus people that we have now labeled the truffleites. Yeah, all kinds of wild colors on this one. This one not quite the same. Gonna be a little bit different here. That's what we're looking to do. So a little bit more, I guess, compressed of a color range. Still going to be some intense colors because well, we're using all the heavy hitters. Oh, what did we call it? The money palette? That is what we called it. Yes. Yes, we called it the money palette because we're using like Series 2000 as far as all the combined colors there. Gigabyte, I would think no, because all of these varieties, I don't know, there must have been like 30 varieties or something like that. Each one pretty much seemed more poisonous than the other one, Gigabyte. So recoil, pretty much every game went against the Bulldogs there. I know their game went the way they wanted it to, but yeah, everybody else, they didn't just win. I think Geelong won by almost 100. So it wasn't just the wins, but even the percentages, I think, kind of went against the doggies there. Nice to see you there, Michael. Hey, Michael, Rico, why don't you guys wait a little bit before you maybe post some stuffs in the chat there? So, again, this was our one from last night. These are pretty crazy, Michael. Look at this. That is pretty nuts. Now here, this one, you can see this is kind of what we're going to be going for. So not quite the same kind of colorations here. The one on the far right-hand side, see all the spots and everything? That's what we're going to kind of go for, is something like that. So that should be pretty fun. So yeah, Michael, just maybe wait a little bit. And Michael, we are using all like the heavy hitters here on the palette. We're talking genuine Egyptian violet, brilliant yellow, pale. Three different cobalt colors, I think, Michael. Yeah, three different cobalt colors, two different cadmiums. It's crazy, Mike. It's the bankruptcy palette. Maybe we should call it that. Yeah, the bankruptcy palette or the foreclosure palette. There we go. How's that sound? Yeah, it might just be the foreclosure palette. Well, speaking of which, violet. Some of our red here. And then we might even, some Turosa. Yeah, might even throw a little bit of, scare up some of that too. Naphtho red, well, actually, this is, well, yeah, it is regular it's Naphtho. It's not Fanchon red. They're the same thing, but it is Naphtho red. That's sitting right over here. That's what we just dove into. Oh, Perling Crimson is out here. Also, not just any old Puro Orange. This is the one that Nerifel gave me, so that's Series 7. So technically the most expensive color I have, although I didn't buy it. So I guess it's so Rico, yeah, this is the bankruptcy palette right here for sure. Now here again, we're gonna start using this Perline Crimson back in here. Now I'm going to welcome in Monster Den Minis. Something monstrous is coming this way. Hey there, Monster Den. How you doing?
So say we all.
I think they're all the same Gigabyte. It's just Williamsburg likes to do different names. That's all. It's the same stuff, just a different name, right? Pura Vida, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Hard Candy. Hope that you're doing well. Everybody, please give Monster Den Minis a follow. Hey there, Monster Den. Look at this. Not only are we going to back to some pre-glaze, but you get to see it
Hello,
from the
little
start.
hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much, Black Wolf Silver Eyes. Appreciate that. Ah, yeah. So I gotta say that Morgoth, I didn't really expect this direction out of him. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 right here? What's it going to be? Oh, he just does save himself. Gets himself a deuce there. Hey there, Arda Michael. Nice to see you. So, Monster, and it's been a wild week, I gotta say. So, where's our thing from last night? Here we go. So, this is what we painted last night. It was the first of the Zygomorphs, or Zygomores, I think that's what they're called. We're just calling them the Truffleites. So, that was what we did last night on stream. Thursday night was this right here, and Monday night was this right here. So there's just a little bit of a different flavor from day to day here, right? Monster Den on the stream. Now, Monster Den here, let's do a quick little review of some of the spacescapes here. So there's our Hobbit Hole in Space. There's Space Balrog, Space Lion, Space
Hello,
Sauron,
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Space Wolf, Space Australia, regular space. That's Space Shadowfax, and most appropriately for Fat Derbs, Space Gandalf. So not sure what that means. What it does mean is there's going to be a roll for Fat Derbs right here on that big old Gandalf 6. Uh-oh. He just did so. It was like this, and then it was like this, and then it fell over the edge onto a 4 for Fat Derbs. Thank you so much. Thanks, Hard Candy. So yeah, that's and of course, there was our Battle of Midway painting too that we also did. Now again, let's see, some of the colors that we're doing are here. So cadmium green, manganese blue. We got some of the heavy hitters out here. Now this is something we did last week. This might have been last Saturday's stream right here. So this is from Bellinok. Bellinok. So we did just a little bit of freehand with the plaids, the shield, and some of the tattoos and woad. I mean, nothing crazy, just simple stuff right there. So let me get this back over here. There we go. Get that out of the way. So Monster Den, I know you got lots of stuff that you can share in the chat. I've been seeing a bunch of really cool stuff that you're doing. So why don't you post some of that? Oh, by the way, 1 second here. That's must have hit a chord there. 1 second. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. Alright, so 1 second here. Not sure what is going on. I'm going to try and get this thing plugged back in here. 1 second. Okay, hopefully that's going to work. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. So yeah, Monster Den, you want to share anything in the chat? Oh, by the way, this is the color scheme we're looking to do on this one. So it's mostly the thing on the right over there. So we're going to have some of the spots on there. You can see we're starting to lay in some of the violet kind of background type colors right there. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing here. And again, we're just kind of laying in some of these darker tones that we're going to actually be wiping away a lot of them. And then we're going to be coming back in with some of our lighter stuff. Make it a little bit more. Oh, yeah, we'll combo that up with, ooh, look at that. Look at this Gigabyte. We got some Terra Rosa in there now. Terra Rosa. We'll get some Indian yellow going maybe too. So again, Monster Den, please go ahead, share something in the chat there. Because again, I know you got a lot of things you can share. I've seen them. I've seen them on the Instagrams and the such. So go ahead and do that. We've got, what, 4 of these to do. One of them is going to be a regular tutorial on the Patreon page. The other 3, probably paint those up again on the stream here. So this is all oil paints, by the way. It's all oil paints. I think last night's, gosh, was that was like a 5.5-hour stream, right, Pura Vida? How you doing there, Pura Vida? And of course, a happy Saturday to you. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. And this one started out exactly the same way. In the early stages, it looked like nothing but violet. Actually, it looked like nothing but blue. There were no greens, there were no yellows, no reds, no anything like that. Now, let me see how we do. Yeah, okay. This one's going to take a wee bit longer to dry because we are not using our alkyd oils, right? And there's several different forms of the alkyd oils between the Griffin alkyds and, of course, the newer Paul Rubens alkyds. Nice thing about these as well, the inexpensiveness, they dry really fast. They're actually very matte when they dry, and you can get these anywhere. You can get them on Amazon. I guess the one caveat about them is that you can only get them in sets. There are no individual colors. So and you're never going to run out of an individual color. So you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to say, oh my gosh, I shouldn't get those because what if I run out of a color? If you run out of a color, even I will take a while to run out of those colors. Ooh, look at this. Wow, look at this recoil. That is Indian yellow and Terra Rosa combined. Look at that. That's some serious intensity right there. Holy smokies. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Everybody please give Denethor a follow. Of course, Denethor, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? I know you got stuffs you can share. Also, please give Denethor a follow along with Monster Den. Recoil, if you wanted to share some stuff there in the chat. Same thing, Arda Michael. Don't know if you had a chance to share anything there. So everybody check out what Monster Den just posted. And then, of course, give Monster Den a follow. So great to see you there, Monster Den. Well, that's fantastic, Monster Den. Monster Den, ironically enough, the this month's council thing, it kind of, well, it happens right around my birthday and also a few other birthdays of my family members. So I don't know if I will be away during that. So I meant to shoot you a message about that because I realized that could kind of get conflicted with something there. So just wanted to throw that out there now while I'm thinking about it. Nah, well, Gigabyte, that's what the darker primer's for. Then you don't need the makeup sponges. But yeah, makeup sponges made an appearance last night. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arta Michael just shared. Where's my... Wow, look at this, Rico. We might tear through all of the Egyptian violet just in the pre-glaze here. Man, oh man, this is... it's crazy talk here. It is absolute bedlam. Oh, geez, Monster Den. That's wow. Okay, that's like the second Saturday there. Monster Den, could you, either you or Blades, shoot me a reminder? Geez, Monster Den. Well, man, Monster Den, I'm glad that you rated because I had no idea. I was thinking it was going to be let's see, the 15. I thought it was going to be the 22nd Monster Den. Well, in that case, then I don't think there's going to be. I don't think there's going to be a conflict day there. So yeah, Monster Den. Just again, shoot me a reminder because otherwise I'll forget. And I'll try to have. I'll try to have something fun. Maybe I'll try to be painting some because it's been a few a few council of miniature painters since I last streamed. Oh, speaking of Monster Den. Why don't you tell folks about the... yeah, I'm sitting here yapping about something. They're like, what council? If you don't mind telling some of the folks about the council of miniature painters, that would be great. I'm sitting here flapping jaws like, what is he talking about? Recoil, it's crazy, right? It's crazy at the top of the ladder. It's crazy in the fixtures, and it's crazy on the palette. Ooh, wow, look. That's some intense red right there. Wow, look at this. Boom. That's some intense red right there, which will be intensified some more with Indian yellow, which will be intensified some more with more Indian yellow. Man, oh man, this is crazy right here. Everybody, check out that it must be a Discord. Yeah, it's a Discord link that Denethor just shared. Now we've got the Egyptian violet and the Indian yellow and Terra Rosa mixing. Amber color right here. Very much an amber color. You can almost trap a fly in it and use that DNA later on. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Happy Saturday. So everybody check out again Monster Den minis. In addition to giving Monster Den the regular usual follow and all that kind of stuff, Monster Den on the stream tomorrow. On the stream tomorrow is going to be doing special broadcast there. And was it Lila Mev is the guest? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. You know what I might do? I'm gonna do it. I wasn't gonna. I want to take me some of my Van Dyke Brown, some of my Violet, and we are going to darken the ends of that. Also here. That could all change. That's the nifty things about the oils. You could say, nah, and completely change it. Completely change the whole thing. Again, these are 3D printed from Archvillain. From Archvillain. So you can see we got violets. We got all kinds of stuff going on here. And again, let's break out what we what we painted last night here. This is exactly how this started out. It started out just like this here, crazy as it sounds. So again, these are from Archvillain, and this is the color scheme that we's looking to do here. Now, not so much violet as the center image, but more like what you see on the right-hand side, and then the kind of see the spots there and such. Definitely looking to do that. Now, we are going to let that have a chance to set. We're going to break out a scissors. Now, of course, last night we had, what was it, blindfold scissor racing. There was something else, too. It was blindfolded scissor racing in an elevator. I think that's what it was. Yes, close quarters blindfolded scissor races. Just going to chop this thing up into as many pieces as I can make. I think my record is 13 now. That's not quite 13. That's more like 8, maybe 9. And these are, was it latex-free sponges? For whatever reason, the ones that aren't, they tend to be very crumbly. And then you end up with little crumbly bits in your oil paint. And, well, that's less than optimal. We don't want crumbly bits. So there we go. Might have to do a. Oh, we still have some from last night too. That's right. I was like, wait a minute. We should have a few more sponges here. There you go. Sponge time. Now let's start with the areas we did first. So Pura Vida, that's usually what kids do in school. They grab scissors, open scissors, of course, and start running around. It's a completely safe endeavor. Of course, what could possibly go wrong, right, Pura Vida, with a good scissor race? Yeah, that's probably something that's ill-advised, right, Pura Vida? Especially blindfolded scissor racing. That's only for advanced folks right there. You can see how that stays behind. Look at, see how it, some of it's coming off, but lots of it remains behind. And the idea is, instead of like say a zenithal or something like that, that's like a dead thing that you can't do anything with. This right here, as soon as we start to put lighter colors on there, they start to mix with what's already here. Look at this. See, we got tans, we got reds. All I have to basically do is just hit this with lighter colors, and it will automatically start tinting those lighter colors. Denethor, it's kind of like when we do the thing where we take the thinner, right, and we mix our big giant pinline washes in there. It's the most captivating part of the stream. Pura Vida, you definitely want to run fast enough to be able to dodge the guy with the scissors. Yeah, oh, look at that. Look at there's the Indian yellow being left behind there. And there is Egyptian violet out on the palette. And again, that is just dioxazine violet. However, because it's Williamsburg, there's something extra in there. It's also way more expensive. It's a Series 5. Now, again, we got plenty of expensive colors. We got Series 7, Puro Orange. We've got Series, where are you hiding? I think it's Series 6. Yep, Series 6, Perline Crimson. We've got Series 5, Endanthin Blue out there. We've got a Series 7, Cobalt Teal Bluish. We've got two other Cobalts out there. Let me see. We got cadmium green, cadmium yellow. Yep, we got a pair of cadmiums out there. Oof, look at that. Look how much is left behind. Look how much is on that sponge. Hey, Groovy, nice to see you again. Dodge scissors there. There you go, Denethor. Again, it kind of keeps you on your toes. Oh, look at that. See the Van Dyke Brown. That again, that is from Williamsburg. That is semi-staining color, meaning you'll get some staining out of there, but you're gonna have to leave it on there for a little bit, which is why I kind of went after things like the Egyptian violet first. Get this down in here.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. Ryan, if you don't mind sharing some of the stuff that you've been painting in the chat, Ryan also does the oil paints there. So thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate that. So Pura Vida, just kind of think of it this way. Hot dogs are Series 1. Filet mignon is Series 7. Or at least Series 6. Hamburgers maybe are Series 2. Maybe just a regular steak or something like that is Series 4 or Series 5. It has to do with the expense of the pigments. So again, pigment red 101 is that's a pretty common cheap pigment, which means this is a Series 1. Something like this again is it's a Series 2 because again it's got iron oxides in it. Once you start getting to cadmiums and other rare earth metals, that's going to jack up the price because they are, well, just not as common, right? Nice to see you again, Solitaire. Hope that you're doing well. Now, I suppose, this actually, when we do the darker primer, it's actually closer to the original painting pyramid. So back in 2012, 2013, when we did the original painting pyramid Kickstarter, we had to hey there, Black Skull, how you doing? We had to come up with some kind of a name for it, and we came up with this right here. Now, again, this is more where we were doing the shaded base coat because this is all acrylics. But think of what we're doing now, this pre-glaze, it's kind of the oils version of shaded base coat. You'll also notice that at the bottom of the period, things like freehand, non-metallic, object source toning, they're at the bottom. Those aren't things that we tack on at the end. So you see the happy painter's, he's a happy painter up at the top because when he did his object source lighting, he did not tack that on at the end. He started with it because that meant he saved a whole bunch of time. Freehand, same thing. You start it earlier because if you don't like it, it's easy to wipe it away. You also kind of avoid that whole, well, geez, I don't want to try it because what if I mess up? Well, if you start out with it and it doesn't go the way you want, well, it's real easy to fix because you just wipe it away or whatever and go on from there. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Black Skull. Black Skull, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Pura Vida, just think of it as the more rare the pigment, the higher the cost is going to be. Like brown matter is a series 1 color because well it comes from a plant and it's pretty ubiquitous. It's fairly common. Well, geez, I guess we're at 93% of a level 1. Pura Vida says we are at 100% of a level 1. Thanks Pura Vida. I do believe that means that we're going to see some sound in Fury signifying the Linseed Express. Here it is, all aboard. The Linseed Express, where it stops, nobody knows. Let's go right off the screen. There we go. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Now, is it the hype train or is it a hypno train? Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. They make your life so much easier. Yes, you wish to use those. Again, everybody, please check out that link that Ryan just shared. Ryan has been doing all kinds of fabulous stuff with the oils, right, Ryan? Ryan has been super helpful and providing extra data on some experiments that we did with the darker primer and such. So everybody should please give Ryan a follow. Now, where's my somewhere's there? Ah, there you're hiding. There you are. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. Another Rivenstone figure from Black Skull. So please check that out. Let me get some of this here. I might have to throw some more of my Indian yellow out here, but in any cases, we're doing this. Now we're doing this, and yes, this is a dry brush. However, it's the wettest dry brush ever because, as you can see, it is mixing with the paint that is already on here, and that is the kind of the central tenet of the whole pre-glaze approach here. More of that back here. So again, you can see how it's mixing. Look at that. See, there's wet oil paint right there. That is all designed to happen. So the like the objects, so we talked about that here. So maybe we got one here that's got the source lighting on it. Yeah, well, we'll just grab this. Even right here, there's very little that's not green or orange. Why would I not just start out with the object source lighting, put a whole bunch of greens, a whole bunch of oranges there, and then work from there instead of again trying to do all this other stuff and then well at the very end super important. Oh, here's a bigger version. Might be a little easier to see on this here. Again, started with the green, started with the orange. Now over here we had the ambient color, so we knew there was not going to be the source lighting back there. So again, that's now, oh, and also too, we want to advise folks that if you want to see these sessions, remember Twitch basically eliminated all the highlights. This is a YouTube channel where all of these Twitch sessions are gonna go. There's not going to be any ads on here because this is just to replace the Twitch stuff where there was no ads. So there's not going to be any ads on that YouTube channel. We are going to say hello to Big Jim Slade. However, how you doing there, Slade? Sorry for the delay. I didn't mean to keep you streaming. I know it's mighty late there. I mean, yeah, it's Saturday, but I know that's still kind of late. So sorry about that, Slade. So Slade, these are the fungus people, or is there? We call them the truffleites. Here's the truffleite. Here's last night's. Yep, there you go. That's what we did last night right there. Everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow and Slade here. Let's review these again. Oops, wrong shelf. Here we go. So that is what we painted on Thursday. Hobbits in Space. Oh, look at that. Space Gandalf. Space Shadowfax. Spacescape. Space Australia. Space Wolf. Space Sauron. Space Lion. Space Balrog. So that's our collection of spacescapes right there. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Thank you. Which is very different from what we painted on Monday. Which was this. So that a little bit less colorful. Oh, and by the way, the water is sculpted on there. You can kind of see it here. rising up over the hull. You can see that the churn back there actually has texture. There's oh yeah, you can see the texture here. So yeah, that's part of our Armada Mondays. Sadly, the Dauntless and all that kind of stuff is well, that is in a photo booth. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. And of course, Slade, if you wants to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So thank you so much for the raid, Slade. Much appreciated. Gonna get me a little something, something of that. Ooh, down here too. Come on, a little bit of that there. I wonder. See, they don't. They didn't give one to me. Sometimes they give me one. I didn't see that, but we still got this, which means we can do this right here. There we go. All aboard the Linseed Express. Slade, did you see the Linseed Racer that we did? So that one was, I believe that was actually Scharnhorst, Denethor. I've got Scharnhorst and Eisenhower. I even have the H-Class series. Now, where is my Linseed Racer here? Where are you hiding? Are you all the way over there? Nope, not in that shelf. Not in that shelf. Don't see it over there. Oh, there it is. It's all the way back here. 1 second. There it is. There's the Linseed Racer. So we did this literally on race day. Yeah, that's the Linseed Racer right there. We're going to be painting some other ones. We're going to paint one of these, like our hype train right there, so we can have some more fun on our hype trains. Oh, Slade, I think actually you were seeing. I think you got to see some of that live, didn't you? Now that I think about it, sorry, my brain. Well, yeah, right. What brain? There ain't much brain left. Now that's kind of a gone goose right there. So thanks again, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. That is well, it's a big, big help, of course. And Slade, oh yeah, Slade. That was the other thing that's made things interesting pretty much since well February, when Twitch announced that they were going to wipe out everybody's highlights. I have been trying to transfer stuff to here since February. Every day, transferring somewhere between 5 to 10 videos. Because, yeah, Slade, I had, how many? Oh, yeah, it was 4,539 hours of saved highlights that all went away. Needless to say, that was less than ideal. Yeah, that wasn't super fun right there. So we had to rescue all those. Actually, Sectorix, he wrote up a program that not only saved mine, also saved Kathy's streams too, because there was no way I could do both of those. So a big shout out to Sectorix for doing that. Much appreciated. Now, all right, let's do a little change over here. Let's maybe use this guy. Some violets. No, maybe let's do this. Let's do some red. Also with some Indian yellow. Let's see what happens with this. There we go. Yeah. Again, light stroke here, light brush stroke. I was wondering, Slade, because I mean, obviously you had thousands of hours too, and the idea was to kind of hang on to that, right? All the thumbnails and everything, yeah, all that went away. That was a no bueno, right, Slade? What was he? Oh yeah. And of course, I didn't realize that the new YouTube channel. The reason why I was being restricted to only basically 5 exports per day was because it wanted to do this stupid authentication thing. I just thought, okay, it's a new YouTube channel, even though I've been on YouTube for 13 years, 14 years. Like, okay, I guess new channels have to go through this no matter how long you've been doing it. Oh no, that wasn't the reason. Would have been nice to know that at the start. Yeah, that would have been nice, but of course not. Yeah, sorry about that, Slade. I just figured that you had to be trying to save stuff because, like you say, it's a campaign. And there's, again, I have the sessions. They are, I think it took something like between Kathy's stuff and my stuff. I think it was something like 6 terabytes, 6.5 terabytes worth of stuff. Obviously, that's why I was trying to export stuff because to try and re-upload almost 7 terabytes of sessions, that would be painful. That would not be ideal either. So again, you can see we're kind of changing around our colorations here, doing different things. So Denethor, yeah, there's a little minor difference between Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Actually, Denethor, if you watch that stream, I also have, well, the Deutschland class printed out, and it's pretty wild to show literally the same exact turrets, but one is on a 32,000 ton ish ship, and the other one is on about an 11,000 ton ship. I also, again, I have the H class. Yeah, Pura Vida. If you were to take the tutorial videos for the painting, for the Patreon page there, that's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 25 to 28 terabytes worth of stuff. I've lost track of how many 2 terabyte drives I have. I know I've got at least 4 or 5 8 terabyte drives sitting around here. Oh, and then there's all the STL files. Yeah, and there's going to be several terabytes worth of those. We shall lighten this. Grab our red here. Again, a light touch here, very, very, very light touch. There we go. Now, some of the other ones that we'll be doing have more of a greenish type of a coloration. There's another one. Oh gosh, I can't really remember what the kind of the theme for it was. But as you can see, I tried to use different fungi. Oh, speaking of, this is kind of the original inspiration of this because years ago we painted up Mr. Giggles on stream. So yeah, I still don't understand the whole Mr. Giggles thing. He's like, he did explain it like 10 times last night. He's like, I don't know. He just keeps saying that I'm always a fun guy. I don't understand. He's not the smartest guy in the world, is he? So yep, that is the return of Mr. Giggles Slade. So Pura Vida, I know I have at least one computer here that has a 2 terabyte drive, but these are all basically USB powered drives. So yeah, I've got multiple USB powered 8 terabyte backup drives. Now I've been buying some 4s and 5s to try and save a little cash and have a little mobility too. Where is my... let me see if I can use this. Maybe we can just use this. Where's my... there's my white. Let's do some violet here. Oh, man, that Egyptian violet gigabyte. Holy smokes. Well, there's a reason the Book of Wapol says that Egyptian violet is the king of violets and everything else is just purple. Because that is not, that's not dioxazine violet, right, right, Denethor? So, yep, that is Mr. Giggles. He's a very fun guy. And look at this. Whoa, that changed just a little bit, didn't it? Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Here, let's get some violet down here. Also there. Hey there, Valfira. Yeah, Valfira. Well, Slade, he wanted to do the raid thing, and Slade is part of that Eastern time zone crowd there, and they're very shifty and tricksy hobbits is over there in the Eastern time zone. So they said you gotta start soon so that we can raid you. So nice to see you there, Valfira. So Taz, we've got Egyptian violet, Indian yellow, cobalt teal bluish, cobalt blue, cobalt green. What's that? That's the phthalo turquoise. We've got uh, over here. We got our Van Dyke brown. We've got Indanthrone blue. We've got I almost said Neanderthal blue. No, we have Indanthrone blue. Over here, Indian yellow, Mars yellow deep. We have all kinds of fantastic all stars here. Yeah, Denethor, because I was using the Gamlin dioxazine, the regular, not the Alkyd, but the regular Gamlin, and it's still there. You noticed the difference. There was definitely a difference. So again, I don't know what they're doing with the Egyptian violet that other folks are not doing with their regular dioxazine, but whatever it is, it certainly cranks it up. One second, there you go, Gigabyte. So Armored Wolf is again a post. He's trying to get ready for the next fair. So Armored Wolf probably not going to be around tonight. So I will have to try and do what I can. Okay, man, it does not take much of that Egyptian violet to, yeah, it doesn't take much. I need to get back to more of my white here. Holy smokies. Look at that. So we're calling this, well, some have called it the money palette. We've called it the bankruptcy palette. Oh, that's it. That's right. Whereas there was one, I think I was tempted to use it on here, but yeah, we were going to throw this one out there, right, Grand Oracle? Quinacridone Golden Brown. This this is like Series 15 because you can't get it anymore. Yeah, Velfira, it's nothing but, well, let's see. Well, every so often, Velfira, we give him some oranges so he doesn't get scurvy. So we do try to take care of him there. Yes, indeed. It's the end of days palette, at least for your wallet it is. With all of these violets and everything else, holy smokes. Violet, or a little bit more of the violet maybe. Let's see if we can shoot this thing down here. Get some more of our, pick up some more of those lights down there. Oh, and by the way, 44 minutes ago, this had no paint on it here. This was, as we like to call it, a paint-free object. It had no paint on it at all. None. Where's, maybe we'll roll with this right here. Velfira as well, you don't want them to get too used to being outside, right, Velfira? Yeah, you don't want them to get too used to that. They get a taste of freedom or something like that, and then they get unruly. So we have to keep them there. More of our violet in there. Let's get a little bit of that Uh, here, we'll go with the red glow maybe on the eyes is there. I might just do that. Yeah, kind of like that idea. Maybe retreat a little bit towards our red there. Something like that. Now I'm going to change this back to our Van Dyke brown there. Maybe even some of the Pearling Crimson. Let's do that. There we go. Yeah, I think, oh, that was right. Well, I think it was Fridays. Kathy would generally read Lovecraft type stories on the stream. And I think, again, I think he saved those. So I'll have to just kind of create another YouTube channel there for that. Again, won't be any ads on it. Just again, oh, and a little reminder again, if you want to see, if you want to see this and the one we did last night and all of our midway stuff again, the only place you're now going to find it is here because it's gone. It's not on Twitch anymore. This is a YouTube channel. It's the new one. It's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Very easy to find. No ads there because all we're doing is just replacing what we had on Twitch. So there's not going to be any commercials or ads or anything like that. Not on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Yeah, Velfira, that was, ironically enough, Velfira, that was never really my thing. Yeah, and I think a lot of places they don't use the sweet relish either, Velfira. Grand Oracle, we should do a film noir, not just on this, but certainly on the one we did last night, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle? Yeah, we'll do one on this and the one last night. Of course, this one doesn't quite have a whole lot of values on there, so this is basically just going to almost turn flat, I think. At least that's our speculation, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, that's pretty much flat. And oh yeah, we'll do this with the other one too. So look at that. I mean, it's just like, okay, there ain't much going on there. Well, maybe there's a little more than you think. Now let's grab our one from last night here, and we'll do a similar gambit. So look at that. I mean, that is just a kaleidoscope, a literal kaleidoscope of colors right there. Now it just looks kind of flat. It looks like it's just a bunch of gray intestines or something. Bring back that. Let me look at this. And we're still not now. Okay, now we're at 50% finally. Let's do this side. Again, there's plenty of shading there, but boy oh boy, not quite the same as when you got the blues and the yellows and the things and the other things going on and the reds. It's like what was it, the Cheeto lady or whatever? There was nothing but the smoke, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, it was the great Cheeto lady. Now let's try some of this even lighter stuff up here. Then we got to do is our spots, but we got to wait on those. Let's not be hasty little hobbitses here. Do some more of this. Now, Velfira, I did not get a chance to get to the store today. However, I did save some of the taters because what we're going to do is first time putting some shrooms in the air fryer. Now, of course, these folks are a bit opposed to that because, when they see a portobello mushroom sitting in the air fryer, they're like, oh, that used to be Dave. Giga, if you wanted to share any of your oil painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead so people can see that. And I think Denethor, yeah, you shared your Discord link. Arto Michael, you did yours. Want to make sure that Recoil had a chance to share some of the stuff that Recoil's been doing. Recoil's been doing all kinds of fabulous things with basing. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. So, Dark Horse, I hope that your Saturday was glorious, or at least relaxing. No, and I guess in advance, happy Father's Day to all the folks there. So, Slade, happy Father's Day. Same thing to Monster Den. So, all the folks that are in, if I think Doji, right? All the folks that are doing the Father's Day thing. So, happy Father's Day to them. Oh, that changes in a heartbeat, doesn't it? Changes in a heartbeat. Ah, there you go. Yeah, Slade, I wasn't sure if you had to shuffle off to sleep times there. And also too, and everybody should also give Vlieger Dragon a follow because V still does the, is it the Monday and Friday piano stream, Slade? Everybody check out the Next Level Painting article that was just shared by Recoil, and then also everybody please give Recoil a follow too. So yeah, Velfira, I think I will do the portobello mushrooms in there. I was thinking, Velfira, I gotta leave them in big pieces, because otherwise they might get a little too torched in there. I think they'll have to do that to keep them from getting zapped too much. Looky here, looky here. There we go. All kinds of wild colorations going on here. So thank you so much, Dark Horse. Again, appreciate you being here, as always. I wanna roll with this. Let's do. Oh my goodness! Wow. There we go. That is your not Fanchon red, Napthol red, mixed with the Indian yellow. So Grand Oracle, it's you can get spoiled, have an Indian yellow, or sorry, a brilliant yellow pale on the palette. Grand Oracle. There's much like Egyptian violet, there really is no substitute for it, is there? Pure Vita, well, actually, both of those, but I do like the bacon bits idea there, Pure Vita. Actually, oh, well, there you, hey, Pure Vita. Um, unless I get myself another pork tenderloin, I gotta get me some bacon to do that. Oh, geez, that's right. Hey there, Minot, how you doing? So, Minot, great to see you. Happy Saturday there, Minot. So yeah, Pura Vida. I gotta remember to get me something like that, some bacon or something, because we'll use all of the, shall we say, the flavorings from the bacon grease, and we will bathe our shrooms in that. Wait, what? What are you doing here? What's this about bathing shrooms in grease? That would suggest cooking of some type. I think we shouldn't. We should maybe ixnay the air fryer A discussion A in front of the shrooms A. That is total. I'm sure they didn't understand a single thing I was saying there. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't be discussing that openly in front of all these shrooms. But this is a cuisine channel after all, right? Right, Pura Vida. Well, now it's also an exercise channel, and of course, all things Aussie Rules football. We're here on the Wampleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. Black Skull, that's what I was originally going to do, was just do the saute thing. And then, obviously, air fryers kind of been, well, I was going to be doing some taters anyways in the air fryer. So that's why we thought, okay, pork tenderloin. Get that going. Get all the juices and all the good stuffs there. Infuse that into the taters and the shrooms. Again, these shrooms that you're talking about, that wouldn't be my cousin Lenny that you're thinking about cooking up, are you? And of course, well, Pura Vida, we've expanded it to an exercise channel. Also, we've expanded the home remodeling to Pura Vida. I don't know if you've seen some of the streams or you've seen all of the stuff going on in the garden area. So yeah, pretty soon it's going to be the Wampleville Victory Garden because we are growing our own produce now, as they say in some places. Four different kinds of peppers. No, four different kinds of tomatoes. Three different kinds of peppers. We got orange peppers, yellow peppers, purple ones. Same thing with the tomatoes. Yeah, these are the gourmet stuff here. These aren't just those regular old red tomatoes. So Black Skull, I guess we'll be seeing you tomorrow on the council. I didn't realize it was tomorrow. I thought it was next week. So thanks again, Monster Den, for man. I'm glad I asked. 'Cause I was telling Monster Den, I'm like, I don't think I can. I might not be able to do it next week because, well, that is. I think my birthday actually falls on Thursday. Also, my sister-in-law, my niece, and a bunch of other folks all have June birthdays, like in that latter part of mid to latter part of June there. Actually, Pura Vida. Only one time did I ever make something kind of resembling. Oh, I should try. Oh, actually, Pura Vida. I should try to make that. Velfera, I might have sent you a picture of the seed. I'll shoot you a picture tomorrow of the different seed packets. Uh, I got them on Amazon. There was something like 6 or 7 varieties of each in the packets. Now they're just seeds, but one of them did start growing. See you later there, Slade. Everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. So, Slade, again, I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for the raid. I know you had to stay up extra late to do that, so I appreciate that. And Slade, that was looking really good. Yeah, that was looking fabulous. It's like you never took a minute away from the painting. So that looked really great. And was it the 27th there, Slade? You were going to do that one shot. So if on the way out, if you want to pub that or whatever, please go ahead. It's funny, Pura Vida, Kathy's family. So Kathy and her dad both had that genetic thing where cilantro tastes like soap to them. So needless to say, that was a verboten spice in Wampleville for a while, but it's back on the menu. Pura Vida, yeah. Cilantro is back on the menu. I don't want to say citronella. I mean, it's good for keeping away the mosquitoes, but I don't think you want to eat that. Well, happy birthday in advance. May not. So happy birthday. And may not, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So may not, geez, I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of the 2D art streams of late. Those have been pretty wild. So it's the 28th. Sorry about that, Slade. I know you were talking about that, and I wanted to give you a chance to talk about that too. Actually, Pura Vida, you can pretty much just grow cilantro in your garden, right? Because I have onions growing. Yeah, I've got the scallions growing already, courtesy of the ones that Kathy's mom sent. So yeah, Kathy's mom sent actual scallions in the mail. I opened those up and I'm like, what the heck do I do with these? I stuck them in the fridge and then eventually I stuck them in the ground and well, they're growing now. So the Pyro Club starting at 3 p.m. And there's your Fab Slade donation link right there. So see you later there, Slade. Have yourself a fantastic weekend and happy Father's Day, of course. That would explain why my sister and brother-in-law are in NYC then. Okay. Now it's all clear to me. I guess it's a special Father's Day stream on the on Monster Den there, a special Father's Day version of the Miniature Council. Let's see. Then it flowers. Oh, and then you can eat the seeds because it's coriander. The thing, Pura Vida, is that let's see. This there used to be quite the garden in Wampelville years and years ago, and then you will. I think the pictures will reveal why that went away. So here, let me see if we can gather this up here. 1 second. It's going to take a little while to find. Okay, here we go. So yeah. So see that chain link fence right there? The cucumbers used to grow along that. Also, this is where we had the asparagus, eggplant, string beans, you name it, that was all along here. But once they put up this giant wall, that was the end of that, and that was years ago. And for years I was wondering, how do I try and get sun there? Well, instead of bringing the sun to the garden, I decided to bring the garden to the sun. So I actually have expanded this out here. You can see right there, so that has been expanded out, and I've been tilling that soil over and over. Oh, well, speaking of cuisine, that's using some of the new spices that Kathy's sister sent. That's in the air fryer right there. Oh, and there's a little look-see of what it looks like now in the evening time. Again, this is a home remodeling channel too. It's a full service channel. Where'd that brush go that I just had in my hand? Oh, actually, and the other thing, Pura Vida, I have to do, and well, now that I see somebody's trying to eat the hosta plants, she suggested bars of Irish Spring soap on pikes. Because apparently, critters don't like bars of Irish Spring on pikes. Maybe they're British, I don't know. But yeah, that's what I got to do is get some bars of Irish Spring, stick them on poles of some kind, and get those out in the garden. Now this is our cadmium green right here, believe it or not. Doesn't look like it, but it is actually cadmium green. Valfera, I tried to get the lights to be alternating there. So I changed somehow the one that I wanted to change. It did change to blue, but then one of the violet ones changed to blue. Or that changed the other way. So it kind of, uh, it might be a weird game that I'm playing all summer long with those Valfera, because obviously I can't see anything, right? Because they're not going to go on. I suppose if I did it at night, maybe that would help. But yeah, I can't see, right? Because I'm kind of doing that blind. Pura Vida. Oh, what's the thing that I've been at? It's blue spirulina. That's it. I think we talked about that. Pura Vida. The blue spirulina, adding that to things like fruit and such. Yeah, been. I gotta maybe get me some more of that blue spirulina. Now, obviously, maybe a good thing to also be tossing into a salad. Again, this is a cuisine channel after all, so be prepared. There we go, getting some of our shrooms down there now. Yeah, those are all solar lights, Valfair. That's I've wanted to put lights back there forever, but obviously not really wanting to do all kinds of electric hookups and stuff, because there's really not that many opportunities back there. But doing that as solar power was fantastic. More violet over here. I'll change that around just a smidgeola here. On our fungus people. Again, I think they call them. Is it Zygomores? Let me look at my reference here. So yeah, Zygomore. Zygomore, part of the Tome of Demons, Archvillain, Volume 4. Volume 4. Pura Vida, I have not put it. Well, I'm trying to think the last time I had ice cream, Pura Vida. It's been quite a while since I last had ice cream. I couldn't even tell you when. And that is definitely a favorite of mine. I would love me some ice cream. There's no bad time of year for ice cream. If it's 20 below, all the better, because you can walk home from the store with the ice cream in hand, and it'll be colder in your hand than it will be in the refrigerator. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely that's a good idea there, Valfira. Me, now we're getting the violet out here where we need it. Also, I want to sneak some of that back here too. Come on, over here. Get in there. There you go. That's where I wanted it. So again, a little bit difference right there. That is I think, actually, Valfira, I believe, didn't Deneth, no, sorry, Theoden describe that day as a red day, a sword day, a day for wrath and for ruin, and that would be the day with no magic shell, Valfira? I'm pretty sure, yeah, even Tolkien wrote about that in Lord of the Rings. I believe that's they rode to wrath and to ruin to get some magic shell. More of that here. Purple down there. Ooh, purple down here too. Let me see how that's going to work. Yeah, okay. Well, for now we'll go with that. We'll roll with that for right now. That might change. All things subject to change. More of that lighter violet over here. I'm gonna try and get the lighter reds on the eyes too, I think. But not like an orangey red. Oh, and by the way, no fluorescent colors out here either. Is that the magic shell monster, Valfera? That the magic shell monster demanding some ice cream? And the magic shell monster says, "What do you mean? Hashtag no layers." All right, we're gonna get you in there, and then you're just gonna sit there for a while. We're gonna come back with the darker stuff around that. So Arda Michael, yeah, did the autocorrect monster mess around with that? Because I mean, obviously the actor improving the scene, that's a totally viable thing. But I was wondering if you actually wanted to say the actor improvised, because of course the autocorrect monster, right, Arda Michael? I mean, either way, it kind of works. Yeah, pretty much works either way. Now this is a much lighter version of our pink here, and yes, that is just a wild pink color there. I wonder, let me see if I can zoom in here super quick. Yeah, let's zoom in a little bit. Okay. Sorry, improv. Sorry about that, Arta Michael. Well, I did say improvised, which that's all about improv theater. Actually, Art of Michael, yeah, it's improv. There is no E at the on the end of improv there. So that now speaking of improv, um, that scene where Aragorn kicks the orc helmet and does the scream and all is so good. Obviously, I think everybody knows that's where he broke his toe kicking that helmet. And when he does that scream, that was a legit scream right there because, yeah, he broke his toe. Maybe he broke a couple of toes doing that. So yeah, that's another one of those things. Now Velfira recoil. Well, actually, I've noticed the same thing too. I think it's learning to spell Velfira. I think it's actually learning how to spell. That's why it's trying to correct everybody else's spelling, right? Oh, it might be getting too late there with the violet. That's okay. We can always come back and, I mean, we've been working on this 1 hour and 11 minutes, and a level one hype train to go. That is it. I want some of this in here. Also, maybe down there. So yeah, we got violets, we got oranges, we got all kinds of stuff going on here. All kinds of juicy colors. And I mean, we're just barely underway here. I mean, we're really just getting started. Oh, and Grand Oracle pre-glaze again. Proof of pre-glaze, Grand Oracle. Yep. So we need to buy the autocorrect thing, a hooked on phonics workbook. Let's get some of this yellowish tan stuff working down here. Don't want to lose too much of the dark on the outer edge of that though. Gotta be weird. Oh gee, look at all these create. It looks like a very spiky corn on the cob here. There's some wacky stuff going on with these. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna grab this here green. This is our cadmium green. Doing all kinds of crazy stuffs down in there. Also, yeah, let's get some of these little spiky things. Whatever in the world this is. We'll be doing some glazy things over that later on too. Alrighty. I wonder. Okay, yep, that is another. It's going to need some lights there. Probably should hit this thing. Whatever in the world these are, these crazy little. They almost look like coins. And again, these are from Archvillain Games, right there. Archvillain. Part of the Tome of Demons, Volume 4. Pretty sure some of the other volumes have nurgly critters in there. I still think that the Cornish stuff is that is in a different. I don't think that's in the Tome of Demons. I could be wrong. You'd have to again the Archvillain on my mini factory. Actually, I have no idea what the latest, like, I think the last 2 months, I don't even know what it is for which Loot Studios. I have no clue what the May and June releases are. I haven't printed up anything at all in close to 10 days now, I think. There's been no time. Now, I was kind of thwarted today. I was actually using the iPad to take videos of all the orc ships, and then I was going to use the orc music that I generated to create a video about the orc ships, only to find that, well, Instagram only lets you use, like, I can't even use my own music, right? Like from my own hard drive. It's only like their pre-selected stuff, so I have no idea how to get my own music onto an Instagram reel. If somebody else knows, let me know, because that was frustrating. I did that all with the iPad for a couple of different tests, but one of them was to see, okay, can I combine all this stuff and make an Instagram reel? Oh, look at his hand right here. Get some more of the lighter stuff on his hand and on his arm here. Wow, there's still some active pre-glaze down there. There is some active pre-glaze. Let's mess with our cadmium green here. Maybe some of that going to hit this too. There was so many different fungi that I was getting pictures of on the Googles there. Ah, look at this! Look at that! So we had kind of an orangey start there with the pre-glaze, but now it's cadmium green to make our light over the top of that. And again, this is looking really quite different than last night's version there. Nope, nope, not there. Not there. We're going to just keep going up here with this. In a bit, we're going to start doing a little bit of darker glazy things in a few places, and then we'll turn back to doing some of our later stuff. Now, how is about Puro Orange, Brilliant Yellow Pale? That's an expensive combo. I think is Brilliant Yellow Pale a Series 3 Grand Oracle? I think it is. I think it's a Series 3. And then Puro Orange being a Series 7. Now, boy, it's practically free, Michael, at Series 2. I mean, obviously joking around there, but geez. Let me look and see which one. Oh, that was this one. Okay, so yeah, I think tomorrow we'll do the again. That's the one that's gonna have the quinacridone gold and brown. We'll see if it's a staining color just for funsies. See if that actually does do some staining there. I don't even remember what it looks like. It's geez, how many years has it been, Valferris, since I used quinacridone golden brown on anything? I have absolutely no idea. So Pura Vida, there's been a lot of interesting experiments with different types of oils. I've got I think this well tomorrow I will be filming a video where we're taking the modeling paste, mixing it with primer and paint to sculpt, paint, prime, and paint tree bark, and all one step on some trees where we're taking the printing supports and making trees out of them. So I don't think I'm going to show the process of making the trees again because I've done that several times. I might do a review, but I think I really want to focus on mixing the primer and the different colors. And who knows, I might even put the flock and foliage on them too. So again, this is, see, that's kind of a pasty orange right there, whereas this is more of a yellowish orange out here. So we're even, remember we were saying last night on stream, there's blues that have more red, there's blues that have more green. Well, guess what? There's reds that can be more of an orange, shifted more towards the yellow, more towards the blue. So everything can always kind of be shifted one way or another. So here, the red that's a cooler red. This is a much warmer reddish whatever here. I might even go even lighter. Gee whiz, I'm really tearing through this brilliant yellow pale. We are getting mighty spoiled here. I guess it's a good thing I've got. I think I have another tube stockpiled, in addition to this brand new one. And of course, Valfira. It's hard to believe it's been that many months, right? It's weird, Valfira, and I know it probably seems the same way to you. It seems all at once like a million years ago, and also like yesterday. Gigabyte, once again, that is a fatal mistake, right? He's like, phew, you're telling me. Yeah? At least there's no pointy bits on here. It's like, except there's one thing that they're kind of stinky. So I heard that. Yeah, Pura Vida, that kind of warm versus cool game. Same with greens, right? Greens more towards the blue, more towards the yellow. It's really fun to kind of mess around with those little balancing act there. You know what? I'm gonna fine. I'll throw some more lights on the fingers here. We'll do that. We'll make those lighter. That's what I still got to make is an AI, or we have to make a sculpted weeping angel character to paint up. We still haven't done the weeping angel. I think we have a weeping angel emote, but I haven't had a chance to do the weeping angel AI image yet with the no eyebrow or no eyelids. Again, see that kind of changes into a violet right there. Constant color shifting, and then believe it or not, I mean we're only what 83 minutes in here. We're going to do like what we did with the other one, where some of the shadow areas, instead of just, oh, look, a darker violet in the shadows, we're going to throw something entirely different in those shadows. Veilfira, there's been all kinds of crazy, hasn't there? Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Well, Dark Horse, just think of it this way. How much work could you get done if you had no eyelids? Therefore, no temptation to do that barbaric sleep thing. Yeah. So I think Dark Horse again. It's another evolutionary fail, wouldn't you say? So thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. And of course, I just want to, as always, we want to reiterate that we appreciate all the support that people have thrown our way for years. Years and years now. We appreciate that because there ain't no way this would have kept on going without all the folks helping in a bazillion different ways. Actually, that I was explaining that even somebody on the phone I was trying to get a number changed on an account there, and I ended up telling about, talking about the Twitch stuff and how everybody here was super generous and helped sustain us and continues to do that to this day. And of course, we want to express all the gratitude for that. Of course, all the minds we might have corrupted along the way with our oils, right, Valfera? Valfera, that's kind of the song that I sent you there. That was kind of my sentiment here too. Was that still being here is still kind of like ringing that bell, right, Valfera? Yeah, Dark Horse, that whole sleep thing, right? I mean, let's analyze. Okay, so the humans, what do? They spend several hours every night. They get nothing done. They wake up with weird-looking hair, stinky breath, probably really hungry too, very disoriented, and they need things like caffeine to try and shake that off. I mean, why would you even do something like that? I'm not sure when this human custom started, but it's a curious thing. I'm not quite sure what value they see in it. Dark. What was the other thing that we were saying that they were going to be in league with a big acrylic there? It wasn't. Oh, big agriculture. Yeah, big ag. Dark Horse. Yeah. Now that we're doing our own garden, growing our own produce, as we like to say. Yeah, big ag is going to be coming our way, Dark Horse. You just wait. Now, Art of Michael says that the cats say, "Hold my beer," sleeping for 14 hours a day and then napping every 20 minutes. Yeah, Vilfira again. I know that the 200 character prompts make those very simplistic, but still, it doesn't mean it doesn't have an impact, right? So I was glad that that was something that you could enjoy there too, as we have more of our violet on this side, like we did over here. Let's get some more of that up here. Let's get some more of that up here. Now we're not using the brilliant yellow pale. We did that yesterday. The brilliant yellow pale added to the violet almost starts to turn it like an ochre type of color. Come on, get yourself in there. You get on in there. That lighter violet there. And now that contrasted to our pinks. If we were to do, well, later on when we do a film noir, we'll probably see that those two look basically exactly alike as far as lights and darks go. It's all a saturation slash temperature contrast. Maybe we'll sneak some of that down here too. We will sneak some of you down here. This one was was this the trickiest one? I think this was the trickiest one to create the reference of. Yeah, Velfera. What's interesting is that a lot of the other stuff it's done in the same way, I guess, Velfera. And I thought, well, why don't I just at least use it and customize it? I think I sent you the Saruman tune, right, Velfera? It did 4 of them, and I kind of like many aspects of, I think, 3 of them. But I think the one that's titled Truth or Treachery, that one kind of ended up being my favorite because it took, let's put it this way, it took some liberties with my prompt. It wasn't really what I was asking for, but well, like always, right, Valfira? Sometimes it says, "Yeah, I know what you were thinking, but what about this?" So yeah, well, we're 11 minutes away from a happy Father's Day here in the Central Time Zone. Again, for all the folks in the Eastern Time Zone, wish them a happy Father's Day and all that good stuff. So yeah, Dark Horse, don't be surprised if big agriculture comes this way. Yep, I could see that happening. They don't want us to have independence in painting or in our, because again, it's not just a painting channel; it's a culinary channel as well. Let's get some of this dark around the outside of that. So as this one right here, so it's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, there will never be ads there because it's the whole idea is that it replaces the Twitch channel where there were no ads. So yeah, there will be no ads on the Linseed Fellowship channel. Now that was the only reason I did that is just because well, what I had got taken away. And again, really just want to say thanks to everybody that has contributed so many ways over the years. Of course, everybody should also check out Armored Wolf on Etsy. That is Armored Wolf Productions. Bestest moderator on Twitches. This is a little bit of Van Dyke Brown here. Not sure why, but that's what we're doing. That is what we're doing there. Hey there, Walter. How you doing? Well, let's see. It's it's almost a happy Sunday here. We're gonna say happy Sunday, happy Father's Day. So Walters, well, again, you want to share something in the chat? Of course, please go ahead and do that. So great to have you here as always. All right, more of a pin line washy thing going to happen here. Mostly Egyptian violet. Mostly Egyptian violet there. So yeah, Linseed Fellowship there, Pura Vida. So things like, again, like our stream last night, the only way you're going to be able to see that, after, well, after I think maybe 13 days from now, it's going to be on that channel. Because I believe your temporary highlights are given 14 days or maybe less to exist, and then those go away too. See you later there, Pura Vida. Thank you so much. One last little toast for you there. Everybody check out the Walters Workshop Insta link right there. Now Walters, oh gosh. Wasn't Sorcerer King, was it? It wasn't Nords. Was it, one city states you were working on? Was it, Walter? And my apologies. Again, my brain is very toast, so I don't really remember. So apologize about that. I'm sure you told me a bazillion times, but again, the brain is it is not strong. Little, ooh, a little bit. Look at that. Look at that. I barely touched it. That's it. So the spires are okay. That's the new one, Walters. I haven't seen anything from it. They were actually well. I was supposed to be getting some of those figures. I never got those. Actually, are they nice figures there, Walters? I'm sure that they are. I forget what their big guy is. Like, and of course their big guy is a really big guy, right, Walter? I don't know if you saw the Patreon vid where we're painting the, I think it's the Rakashar from Sorcerer Kings. My goal was to have that for what the heck is that called? Gen Con. And I'm filming a series on that on the Patreon page. We showed the basing process of that and then trying to create some color references, coming up with a color scheme. That was a wild process. Yep. There we go. Just gonna drop that down there. And remember, we're gonna be doing our spots on this here too, so let's not forget that. Let's get a little bit more of a tint of some red here. Where's my? I just had my thinner over here, and then it went away. What do we got here? Is that okay? That's not too dark. Little hint of that back in there. Hopefully, um, I will be seeing them at Gen Con because, well, in the Badger booth will be the U.S. distributor of it, so I will be seeing plenty of Conquest of at Gen Con. Oh, that's right. I've got an army painting series too that I will be doing. Let me darken this down. There we go. Valfera, I think the last song stuff I did. Remember the Clegane Brigands, Valfera? Actually, Valfera, I have. I don't know if they're the Starfall Outriders or the Starfall Knights, Valfera, but I gave those to somebody at Adepticon, and that was actually one of my favorite units to paint. So I figured that I would do another set of those, and of course, Valfera, we've learned a lot since the Starfall Outriders. Valfera, I guess there's, Cool Mini is having some issues, so that's, I'm not sure who knows if Song of Ice and Fire will even still be around. They might deem that a not so profitable enterprise there and ditch that, I don't know. So yeah, there's something afoot there because well they sold off their zombie side game, I guess. Which that can't be the best. There's always going to be some memories associated with the zombie side thing because that Kickstarter that came out, was that just after our Painting Pyramid Kickstarter? That was also this around the same time as the Rivet Wars stuff. And my very first tutorial video that I ever filmed was for Rivet Wars. So Artemichael, there is a complexity there. And of course, it's not just Cool Mini or Not. It's a split between Cool Mini or Not and Dark Sword. So that's where things get more complex because it's not just theirs to sell. Because, when you look at every single box of song stuff, there's a Dark Sword logo on there. Oh, geez, Michael. Wow. I apologize, Michael. Geez, Michael, post your Reapercon stuff. Holy smoke. Sorry, Michael. with all the conflagration that happened just after you came in. I spaced on that, so my apologies there. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow, and of course, Michael, please share your ReaperCon class info there. Now here, what we're doing. This is a combo of the Perline Crimson and our violet. So it's Egyptian Perline Violet. There you go. Yeah, that just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? I'm going to use this as a blending brush here. So everybody please check out the link that Michael Paints Minis just shared. Also, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Michael, I wasn't sure if you were going to try to ramp up some of the streams there, except I know that, well, you've got your own one-to-one scale terrain project going on, right, Michael? And that's kind of an epic project right there. So I hope that, well, I don't think that's really gotten underway. I know there's a lot of planning on that and stuff. So Valfair, the way I would figure that went down is that Dark Sword is what facilitated it, as far as the IP and everything else, because of the association with what's his name, George R. R. Martin, and then Cool Mini. They had the capacity to make the stuff and obviously distribute that. So that's kind of why they did the partnership, I think. I mean, it does make sense, right? So August, wow, geez, that is so, well, actually, Michael, then I couldn't have gone to it anyways. Even if there wasn't all the other conflagration going on, because that is the weekend of my niece's wedding. I guess it's a good thing I didn't plan for that then. Well, obviously other stuff happened, but that would, oof, okay. So that would have been a no-no anyways. Yeah, especially with kind of as things are and stuff. Yeah, that wow. Has it ever been in August, Michael? That I don't know if I've ever seen any like a single day of ReaperCon happening in August. Again, my last ReaperCon was 2019, so I'm a little far removed. Some more of our dark in there. Okay, so now you can see how we kind of get this darker stuff going on there. We're setting this up, right, so that we can start to do our darker spot auras on here too. Yeah, Velfred, that's why I'm trying to figure out if I can maybe do meshy or something like that to try and create basically a 3D image that's printable of my niece. Well, they're obviously they want to kind of do what Kathy and I did for our wedding cake, where there's basically sculpt them on their wedding cake. Now let me try this. I might need to get some more Indian yellow out here. Boy, that's crazy to think. But here, let's get a little more of that orange here. A little more of that down here on some of these shrooms. Back of this guy, maybe. Yeah, I guess I've always thought of Labor Day weekend as being in September, Michael, never in October. Obviously, or in August. I mean, it is like the very last days of August. But wow, that is a surprise to me. Shows what I know, which ain't much. That's another human failing calendars because they don't include Tuesdays, right, Velfera? Yes, we don't acknowledge any calendar that does not include Tuesdays. That magical day that you can add to any week or month of your choice. Now, Michael, do they still do? And I mean, the best way I can phrase it is the artist con after the convention, or is that kind of gone away now? Because that was my favorite part of the whole event was actually that. But that might have kind of gone by the wayside due to lots of practical reasons. All right, brilliant yellow pale. But I'm telling you, I might have to put some more of that out here because I want to go up here and really, really, I think pound the edge of that with some of this really light stuff. Here, let me see how this. Ooh, give me a little Indian yellow for that. Yeah, a little bit. There we are. Come on. More of that out here. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of bodies on the ground or boots on the ground, right, Michael, to make that happen. Because, geez, Michael, I think there was one Reaper count. We were there for, well, we were gone for like 9 days or something because I think we were in Texas possibly from Thursday until Tuesday. Now, obviously, that'd be Tuesday morning. But yeah, I think there was one. We did not leave until Tuesday. It might have been Wednesday once. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, gee whiz, yeah, that's right. I didn't really do much of anything out here. We got to get some more light stuff happen in our fungi over here. Yeah, geez, uh, I still remember, obviously Keith and all the some of the longtime sculptors there would be driving the Reaper van with a bunch of people in there, and Ron would have a bunch of people in another vehicle. Oh, and the pilgrimage to Denton, right? The county seat there in Denton. All right, there. That's another area where we kind of were missing out on some of our later stuff there. Yeah, Velfair. It's for Armored Wolf and I again. It gets really confusing because every day is the same. Doesn't matter if it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Doesn't matter. There's no days on and days off. It's just a day. And there's many times where we'll be doing something only to find out it's like, okay, that all is closed today. Once again, unfamiliar with these bizarre practices of humans. They are a very unusual bunch, that's for sure. Let me do more of that here. And again, but we want to make sure this is light enough that our spots will show up. Oh, we want to do some more lighter stuff down here. I think I need me some. Oh, let's do this. Let's do some Mars Yellow Deep. Let's do that. Oh, geez, Valfira, it's funny. At first, I thought you were joking because, well, you know what day Thursday is, and I thought, oh, that's a fun joke right there. Because how many times do we joke about saying that our birthday should be a national holiday? Um, I guess now it is. So Thursday, I would hopefully I'll be able to do a special birthday stream since well it is. I mean we normally stream on Thursdays anyhow. I do believe it'll be 2D art because actually it was the Italian battleship that I painted on my very first birthday stream back in 2020, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, Velfair, geez, I forgot all about that. Actually, Velfair, the neighbors, oh my gosh, I was right in the middle of doing the air fryer stuff, trying not to set things on fire, and the doorbell is literally ringing like 30 times. Like, what is going on? But I literally had my hands full of grease and everything else, and I get to the door, and it's the neighbor with some cake. I'll send you a picture of the cake. It was like an early birthday cake, I guess. I think they must have been at a restaurant or something like that. Well, Vale Fair, if you want, I guess Chicago puts on a big fireworks show for you every year. And by big fireworks, I mean we are talking about battlefield nuclear weapons here. We're not talking about bottle rockets and M80s and that, those are basically sparklers here. You give the M80s and that sort of ordnance to the 2-year-olds to play with. The people around here are using way more serious stuff than that. Set to music. When the fireworks are going higher than the planes around here at Midway Airport, that's when people got some serious stuff. And if anybody wants a really fun experience, if you want to know what it's like flying over, shall we say, a certain country doing a bombing run or something like that in World War II, we have everything but barrage balloons here. So yeah, if you want an experience, fly into Midway Airport anytime around July 4th. That is one you will not forget. It might be your last flight too, so just keep that in mind. Let's get some more of our lighter orangey yellow down in here again so we can put our spots back here. Yes, for those that like thrill rides and all that kind of stuff, I highly suggest it. I don't want to lose this violet that I got over here though. If I do too much with the yellowy orangey stuff there, we might lose out on that. Now down here, I think, yeah, I should continue that here. Grab anything to use as a semi-dry brush here. That should do it. Just want to catch a little bit of that, and that's just pre-glaze right there. See, it's all just kind of mixed. Look at this. So there's that side. Look at how dark that side is. Well, that sounds fantastic, Velfira. Actually, what is that thing they do at? Actually, so Michael at University in North Texas, do they do any of those drone displays where it's kind of the drones are flying over the stadium and they have the drones kind of like set off some fireworks and it creates the team's, the school's logo and stuff like that? Actually, I think North Texas got into a bowl game, didn't they, this year, Michael? I could be wrong, but something tells me they actually got into a bowl game. Taken again. Look at how dark that got on the end of the brush right there. Now over here, might keep this same. Let me see what happens when we're using this on the back of. Is it too much of the yellow there? Maybe not. Tira Rosa. A little more. Come on. I think now we're getting there. Nice to see you there, Lead Logic. How you doing? These are all from Archvillain Lead Logic. I'm going to be doing a tutorial video on one, and we're probably going to do one more of these on stream. I can show you here. This is the color scheme that we did. So there you go. Tome of Demons Volume 4 Archvillain Games. This might be from, say, February or March of this year. And again, there's our little colorization we did, just throwing around some ideas. I basically took like 20 to 30 different pictures of actual tree, fungus, and moss, fed those in, and I did kind of try to make sure that each one had a different color theme. Let me see. So University of North Texas did get to the first responder bowl. Okay. Yeah, I thought so, Michael. Ironically enough, I think I ended up seeing 3 or 4 of their games this year, of all things. Well, they were playing University of San Jose. They were playing, obviously, San Antonio in the San Antonio Dome there. So yeah, I think I've saw them at least like 3 times this year. Mostly because they're the late game, I think, Michael. Yeah, so I ended up seeing them because they're usually the late game. Obviously, not on TV. Don't even have a TV here, but would see people doing basically the thing where they kind of narrate the game as it's going on. I guess, well, gee whiz, when we get to around ReaperCon, that means the time of great darkness is almost over, and college football season begins again. Yes, when all the world comes out of darkness and into the light of college football, which of course will be covered on the Wampelville Sports Network. Of course, all things Aussie rules football will also be covered, because that's basically getting to be playoff time there in Australia. So yeah, Lead Logic. I have like the big character from this release printed out. I was going to do a multi-part tutorial series on that. Probably at least 5 episodes, I would say. So we're doing more and more of those really long series because I kind of have the ability to film some of, well, especially some of the larger stuff now. That was impossible before, but now I've built 2 more filming areas just for miniatures. Yeah, we'll throw some light over there too, and then maybe on this as well. We're also going to be, like I said, we're going to be starting up a Conquest Army painting series. That's going to also be on Sorcerer Kings. You'll probably be seeing some of the, oh gosh, what are they? They're from the Wadroon. Basically like the Stegosaurus guys or the Triceratops guys. Valfera, we'll do both. right? We'll do the actual Valfera. It's been like an hour and 20 minutes, right, since the last film noir on this. Okay, so now a couple of things. Look at it this way, and this too. This is kind of a key thing because when we take away our color, I speculate. Yeah, I mean it's like that's all flat. The only contrast is that this is now lighter because before this was all basically the same value. There was none at all. And look at this. Okay, yeah, there's some value contrast there, but gee whiz, ain't nothing like that. Look at that. Now let's get our other one from last night and do the same gambit here. All right. Now this, it looks like well just some smoke, like our Artemica was saying. Look at that. Again, lots of shading there. Look at this. We got literally an entire. We got all the primaries sitting here. You literally got red, yellow, and blue. Same over here, and that all disappeared. That is why there is so much contrast there. It's the color saturation. It's the temperature. It is not so much the value. That's part of it. That is definitely a part of it, but a huge, huge, huge deal there is, of course, it's the color type of contrasts. Ah, it's glowing, right, Velfira? Michael, the first time that the film noir was really used to like its full impact, like we just did there, was at ReaperCon back in 2019. Because I'll never forget, someone came up to me and they wanted advice on their miniature that they were painting, and I said, "Do you mind if I put this up on the camera?" And he said, "Okay." And I just did a film noir. I didn't say anything, Michael. I said, "Absolutely." I just looked at him, and he looked at me, and he said, give me 15 minutes." So he walks away. He comes back. He says, "All right, do the thing again." And I did it again, and he looks at me. I look at him. And he says, "Give me 5 more minutes." And then he comes back, and we did one more film noir, and he says, "What do you think?" And I said, "Yep." So that's the magic of film. Ever since then, Michael, that's why I think, man, it is a such an incredibly powerful tool. Because yeah, my feedback consisted of, mind if I grab that? And yep, I mean that was like the extent of the feedback there. I know that your and again, Michael, post your ReaperCon events there again. I know it's a little bit. Your Get Good classes are a little more extensive than that, and there's actual words. So yeah, sign up for Michael's ReaperCon classes where there's more words than "Can I grab that?" and "Yes." I would imagine so, unless there's some kind of interpretive dance or mimes involved. I don't know. The classrooms might not be large enough for interpretive dance instruction, so again, everybody, if you're going to be at ReaperCon, which now is in August because of calendars, please be sure to sign up for Michael's classes there. So there you go. Check out those tabletop event schedules there, and of course, give Michael Paints Minis a follow because Michael Paints Minis on stream also. Now, ooh, yeah, man, done a whole bunch here. I still want to try and get some kind of flock and foliage on this area here. I think I might have been able to go for the non-decorative base here. Oh, that's the other thing the Archvillain also kind of offers is two types of bases. You can have kind of like the sculpted base, or you can have the base that's just kind of plain with nothing on it. So have a good night there, Valfair. And again, I think I got more. Let's see. Hopefully, I have more songs to shoot your way there. I'm gonna try to make some. Get this going here. I'm gonna try to make something for that for Arnor, right? Our Civil War in Arnor thing. So that will be the next challenge to create for that. And I'm fairly certain it's not going to be able to pronounce Rudar correctly or Arthidane. It might pronounce Cardolan correctly. No, too late. Nope, wrong blending brush. This blending brush. Look at that. See, it's basically like an eraser. It's all gone. Tragedy averted very easily. Yep. Just letting that mix with what's already there. Now let me start fooling around. Let's okay. We're 2 hours in. I think this is set enough to where we can start playing around with those darker spots and such. Let's see what happens here. If we don't like them, what are we gonna do? We'll just get rid of them. No problems. Now, are they? I think that's a little bit too much of the thinner on there. Let's backtrack a little. That might be better. That might be better. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some mods on a few of these here, I think. Also, this has to. Some of these got to get underneath this here. Also, you can kind of see that the spots here are larger, then they get smaller as they go along. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to sacrifice that little bit there and just stick my hand on that for right now. I think these have to be big enough to register because there's a lot more texture here than there is on our reference. Yeah, there's a lot more texture on the actual fig here, so spots again. So yeah, Michael, I guess I gotta get me some things to be painting or whatever on tomorrow for the Council of Miniature Painters. Maybe I should paint. Oh, maybe I should paint a 1/1800 scale ship. Yeah, I might do that. That might just be it. Cause well, I think I actually have one all set. Yeah, I have. Well, let's see. I've got Gneisenau, Graf Spee. Oh, I still have to reprint that stupid crane again. So Bismarck is off the table, but I could put the H39 to. No, I want that for streaming. So Michael, oh gosh, I can't. I'm just not familiar with the special guest. Actually, I already forgot who the special guest is. So, and again, I'm not. That's not a supposed to be a slight or anything on the guest. I'm not really good with names of folks. All right, spotty time. Spotty time. Now, of course, we got these crazy big old holes in here. How we're going to manage that, we'll see. Again, trying to make these different shapes too. So yeah, we're trying. Yeah, that might just work. I mean, look at this. We got oranges, we got violet, we got a whole bunch of different colors peeking around in there. That's why don't want to go too bonkers with the spots here, because then that's just gonna wipe all that out. And again, now that is officially Sunday here. Happy Father's Day, of course, to whom it does apply. More here. Now here again, we're getting into a lot of this type of textures. So does that mean we should sort of not do too much maybe of the spotted thing, or I don't know. I want I would like to maybe get some more Van Dyke Brown out on the palette here. I think we got mostly our Mars Black out here. Let's keep rolling with this. Let's do this. Michael, how many is it, like about a 25,000-ish seat stadium that North Texas has going on there? I only ever saw it like a couple of times, obviously driving back and forth from the Reaper factory, or not the but try to maybe get to Denton or something like that. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. Guess work it around these big old holes here. Touch more here. I'm trying to wander this all the way down there, I guess. Be either that or maybe it fell. And that's the other thing, too. We are going to be fading some of these spots. I mean, they're like insanely hard-edged spots right now. But I'll show you something here in a second that also had the same appearance as this, where the spots had the really, really, really super sharp edges on them. First, though, we got to welcome in Professor Grimm. Thank you so much, Professor Grimm. Appreciate that. If everybody could please give Professor Grimm a follow. Of course, Grimm, I know you just finished your stream, but if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We are painting some very unusual things here on stream. 2 hours and 13 minutes ago, this was just gray primer. This is from Archvillain. Hey, Slanish, how you doing? Welcome in, 8th Gate. How you doing? So here is... so again, from Archvillain, Tome of Demons, Volume 4. It's the Zygomore. There's 4 of these. This is the second one. You can see how we kind of try to create a little bit of a color reference there for ourselves. We're not exactly copying it exactly. We're having some fun with it. Last night, this is what we did. So it's another one of those Zygomores right there. Again, these are from Archvillain Games. And all 4 of them are going to have dramatically different color schemes. I mean, like I tried to make them as different as I possibly could. We're using some pretty intense oil colors here too. So nice to see you there, Creature. Well, let's see. Our Thursday stream is also pretty colorful because this is what we painted on Thursday right here. So it's some space hobbits right there. It's Shire in space. That's what we painted it. Well, oh, look at that. There's a lot of the same colors there. Uh, we've done several different spacescapes: a space Balrog, a space lion, space Sauron, space wolf, space Australia, spacescape, space Shadowfax, oh, and a space Gandalf. So yeah, we've been having some fun. We call it Flat Thursdays. So Flat Thursdays here on the channel when we do all things, well, 2D art, I guess you could say. I'm trying to find my hobbit hole here, just make sure. There we go. There's my hobbit hole. Monday's stream was very different, though. I mean, it couldn't be more different than all the other stuff we've done this week. Not as colorful. This is a 1/1800 scale ship right here, and the water effects, as you can see, they're all actually sculpted on there. That is done with heavy gloss gel. It's the same stuff we use to also create our icicles and snow effect. So yeah, you see the icicles hanging off of the little trees there? It's the same stuff we use to sculpt that. Get that back in there. There we go. 1 second. There you go, Slanish. Sorry. Hey, Taz. Yeah, there was the Bag End Nebula. I think we also called it, I forget what else. We had a couple of names for it, Taz, on the stream there. So Celia there, Professor Grimm. Professor Grimm, we refer to that here as sleep streaming. Yes, if you see the back of my head or something like that and the miniature fall down on the table, that would be me sleep streaming. Oh, that's right. We were going to show what's going to happen to these spots here after they have a chance to set. Because again, we're using our regular oil paints here. So on this one right here, also done with the oils, you can see how those spots are kind of faded a little bit. Well, they were every bit as sharp-edged as this. We went in with one of our dry blending brushes that had no paint on it. We went in there and we did the same thing here. We kind of went in and softened the edges on some of those spots right there. I mean, we do lots of different things here. We've done tons of Shatterpoint figures, obviously tons of Lord of the Rings stuff, and well, lots of fantasy stuff. Of course, no shortage of Tomb King stuff, right? We love our sneaky stinks for our Tomb Kings here, and of course, just a little bit of object source lighting on this channel. Oh yeah, here we go. There's some more shatter paint, and oh look, more source lighting. All of these painted up on stream. Now, of course, with all the highlights being wiped away, all of our past streams are being put here. This is another YouTube channel. It's the Linseed Fellowship. There's not going to be any ads on here because, well, there was no ads on our Twitch channel. As far as, watching the highlights and stuff. So they're all being moved there. I think, actually, another one probably just hit. I think another one just went up there, too. I think I've got like 3 weeks in advance scheduled videos to go up on that Linseed Fellowship page or channel. And again, everybody please give Professor Grimm a follow if you could. Normally, Armored Wolf does the shout-out things, but Armored Wolf is not able to join us tonight. So please go ahead and do that. Actually, you know what we're going to do here? We're going to get some of that violet down here. Now I have a chance to kind of assess. I'm going to get some of that nifty. Oh, that's right. I wanted to do cobalt violet. I got to dig that out. That's actually because we don't have enough cobalt colors on the palette already. We got cobalt green, cobalt blue, cobalt teal bluish. I believe between the three of those, that's like series 19 or something. I think we've got series 7 and then a pair of series 5 or 6s. I wondered, do I have it just a regular old cobalt blue here? Not there. Yeah, yeah. See, I mean, this is kind of catching the light anyway. Oh, actually, it's a little too late. We shall retreat just a bit here with more of our. And this is genuine Egyptian violet out here. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's better. Hashtag no layers. You can see this is a heck of a lot later. There was no gentle stair step here. We don't have to do it with the oils. And again, we're talking about regular oil paints right out of the tube here. Regular oil paints. We started this 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 8 seconds ago. So this was effectively that exact same shade of gray. So that's what it looked like 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. Last night's stream, I believe this was about 5.5-ish hours here. Maybe 5 hours, 35 minutes for this. And again, these are 3D printed from Archvillain Miniatures. Not all that long ago as far as the release goes. Now, Slanish, a friend of mine, his space marine, he loved his Slanish Marines, and he had, oh gosh, what were they? The Terminators, the Slanish Terminators that had all of the different weapons on them. I forget what the heck those were called, but as a present, I painted. I basically kind of scratch made one for him because I think there was one weapon option he didn't have. So I took like a regular Chaos Terminator or something like that and made one for him. And what I didn't tell him that it was cursed. So every time he rolled with it, it missed. So he stopped using it. He said, "No, I'm not. I don't care if you gave me this. You cursed it, so I'm not using it anymore." And then I killed those guys a couple of times, and then I started putting Slaanesh heads, trophy heads on the bases. What in the world were those things called? I can't remember because it's been, well, 4th edition is the last edition I really played. I did a couple of the tournaments at Adepticon in 5th and then in 6th, but that was the actual playing, that was really more of a 4th edition kind of thing. No, they were Slaanesh Terminators, and they could have all these different weapon options. And it's driving me nuts that I cannot remember what in the world they were. But we are talking about several years ago, as in like 2008. So that was almost 20 years ago. Now here we go. We got that kind of orangey color there on the, well, almost like gills. There is no mouth on this one here. Man, oh man, I can't. I guess just Google 4th edition Chaos Slaanesh Terminator weapon dudes. that's a very precise Google search right there. But yeah, those. I remember those guys. Nah, so I think we've done some. Oh yeah, that's right. We've done a bunch of Sigmar type stuff. We painted a whole bunch of these on stream. A whole bunch of these right here. And we got another one over here. Yeah, there we go. There's another one of those. Oils made short work of those, that's for sure. Trying to get me some more light stuff going on here with our violet. Now I wonders, I might just take our not Fanchon red, a little bit of that pure orange. I'm going to show a little bit of the. Okay, yeah, I think that might just work there. Obliterators, that's it, Fat Derbs. Thanks. I knew it was just like a one-word thing, so thanks, Derbs. Appreciate that. Yes, obliterators. I think there was like a plasma one. I think there was a las one, and I think there was maybe some close combat things they had, and they were all just kind of. They looked a little bit like some kind of weird can opener type things because they had just different weird little weapons on them and stuff. I think he only ever had like three. I'm not sure if you could make a bigger squad out of him, but I think he only ever had three. Well, part of it is I think he started with two. The only reason he had a third was because of me. And of course, that was the cursed one. So see you later there, Sunny. Thank you so much for joining with the raid. Appreciate that. Our next stream actually is going to be Armada Monday, and I think actually we'll be painting more of these. We are going back to everybody's favorite space croissant, so we're painting some more of those on Monday. Again, here's some of that. We painted an entire orc fleet. An entire orc fleet. I mean, like dozens of ships, and paint them all on stream. I think that was something like 5 total streams or whatever for Armada Monday. When we're not doing those, we're doing our 1800 scale World War II ships. We also paint 28 millimeter scale ships. Yes, 28 millimeter scale ships. We've done 4 of them now on stream. Also, well, actual Armada ships from what is that? Mantic. Yes, that was the original Armada Mondays. That's what started it all, anyways. Oh, look at this, even lighter here. So this is some of our cadmium yellow, also some of our white here. So that is getting even lighter now. Come on. Ooh, there we go. Right along that edge. And again, this is all traditional oil paints right here. Fat Derbs, there is a ton of videos on the regular YouTube channel. That's just James Wapple on YouTube. But then there's also, again, that Linseed Fellowship channel. And I'm putting more and more and more of our old sessions on there. Again, I would have just referred you to say, hey, we'll watch all the past, Twitch streams, but those are gone now, thanks to Twitch. So that's why we're trying to switch those over as fast as we can, so we have that archive back again. I also have, well, there's the Patreon page, of course. And I believe, let's see, I think we're probably going to hit the 2,400 hour mark worth of videos on that Patreon there, if we're not already there. It's kind of impossible to calculate because there's 13 years worth of videos on there. Yes, every single video that I ever filmed since 2013. And now this is our pre-glaze approach, where we take something like this. It's just Stynylrez gray primer. We take darker colors that we call staining colors. We hit them with that. Let it sit there for a while. Then we wipe some of it away. It kind of we call it an active zenithal instead of a dead zenithal, because with this we've been mixing lighter colors, and of course the idea is that it mixes at the same time. And it can work for lighter colors. It can also work for much more muted stuff like this too. Either way you want to go, vehicles, doesn't matter, busts, it's all the same approach, all done with the oil paints. And again, we've done a whole bunch of vehicles workshop series here. This is one of them right there. I think we painted a whole squad of the of our Ukraine Marines there on the stream. Yeah. Also did a it's part of my chapter studies videos. Yeah, we did kind of a conversion episode and then the painting. And the brush is very simple. I mean, this is literally the most expensive brush that I have. It's a $5 brush. Everything else we've been using, essentially glorified craft brushes. It's the same stuff I would use with the acrylics anyways. Thinner. It's literally just a water bottle cap of thinner. That's it, because that thins the paint to clean the brushes. This is very handy because, well, again, it works with the oils, not hazardous, no vapors, but what's cool is it also works for acrylic paint. Even works for getting super glue out of your brushes. Don't ask me how I know that, I just do. Yes, I have no idea how I found out about that, but I found out that yes, it does help get super glue out of brushes as well. And of course, we use a high quality odorless thinner. And again, we are using minimal amounts of it. That tiny water bottle cap, I've been working with that for 2.5 hours, and however long we keep going, that is all I have is just that little water bottle cap. Which means, again, you're not going to have anything fragrant floating around because there's just not much there. Lighter on the ends of these guys. Yep, yep, we'll do that. Maybe drop some of that on this guy down here again. That's our cadmium along with our white. So Derb's, what's nice about the oils here is that whether you want to, and my army painting series, they're 5 episodes long. The paint's going to dry in between, so you're not necessarily beholden to the, well, everything's got to be wet into wet. So even there, if you say, well, geez, I only got an hour and a half, 2 hours to paint, I can't get the whole thing done, it's going to dry, then actually that's not a big tragedy. That actually you can actually kind of, ironically enough, make that work in your favor, actually. So you can turn that frown upside down. Because, well, my Vehicles Workshop series, those are typically 3 episodes long. Latest thing I did was, the Trench Crusade. I wonder, do I have that vehicle on here? No, I don't have. I have the. No, those are just my references. But again, I use the oils on little tau ships. That also was done with the oils. That was a 3-part series. So yeah, the oils dried in between each episode, and I was counting on that because that gave me some advantages. I could do some things with the oils that normally not really gonna work too well in the like this, where everything is all being done in one sitting. Other nice thing about the oils is that they are super, super, super resilient. I don't even bother putting varnish or anything like that on stuff. Not at all. That's why I use it on terrain. Yeah, where's those hobbit holes here? We've done tons of terrain on stream. Again, that's all painted with the oils, actually all painted on stream. I think. Well, here's again some of our 1/1800 scale stuff. And we did, this is just one of 3 Corsair ships we did for our Corsairs. So again, that's all FDM printed, and the oil paints absolutely love FDM printed stuff. Oh, they really love it. It just soaks right in there. You almost have to like intentionally try to scrape it off to get that paint off of there. And well, if you get the Paul Rubens paints, and we were just talking about this last night, so that's a 50 milliliter. To even me, I would have a hard time going through that. Even as much as I do, if you get the Paul Rubens stuff on Amazon, you could almost get 5 of these for the price of one contrast paint jar. 5 of these or one contrast paint jar. How's about well, we don't advocate that you drink your thinner, but you can drink your paint water live. How you doing there, paint water? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. And of course, Paint Water, like always, I know you just finished that stream. You're kind of tired, but you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So check it out, Paint Water. It's another one of the fungus people, or as we call them, the truffleites. 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 21 seconds ago, this was just gray primer. This was last night's stream. These are some wild and wacky sculpts here. These, again, are from Archvillain. We're trying to do pretty much the most wild and crazy color schemes that we can possibly conceive of. Again, all done with the oil paints. Here is a reference that we created. So these are Tome of Demons Volume 4 from Archvillain. I think it's like the February or March release, one of those 2 days. And this is the one we're painting today, and you can see there's a kind of a reference that I created there, just playing things around. Check this out, Paint Water. This was last night's stream. Or sorry, this was our Thursday stream. And in some ways, the colors are kind of familiar. Look at that. To our Hobbit hole right there. That was last night's stream. Or Thursday's now Monday. I have to say a little bit less color. Just a little bit less color on one of our 1/1800 scale ships here. Again, with the water actually sculpted, you can see the texture there. You can see the texture along the hull. You can see the texture right there. So that is a 3D printed 1/1800 scale ship. That is from Coco's Models on My Mini Factory. So drink your paint water. As crazy as these things are, the other critters as part of this, they're even more bizarre. And the big main character, so it is really, really, really funky, I gotta tell you. So again, that is Archvillain on My Mini Factory. Again, everybody please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow if you could. Let me work this up in here too, yeah. More of our lights on his hands there as well. So I think was the other, was Lost Kingdoms. They also did like a fungus army. Um, it looks a little bit more like more like a Warhammer army. I gotta print those out, especially now that I know how to do the whatchamacallits there, the supports myself. Yeah, I'm gonna leave those fingers be dark. Oh yeah, here we can. No, I'm gonna get me some more of the spots back here. Let me do that first. So again, everybody please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. Alright, where are we at here? Let's do these over here. And then we're going to do our little tricksy thing where we take our blending brush and then we kind of fade these spots. And we'll show you what we're talking about in a second. Just want to get some of these out here. Couple more down there, maybe a little something over there. These spots, it's from Loot Studios. These were also as every bit as hard-edged as the spots that you're seeing on here. Same thing with the arm, but you can see how those are faded, right? Well, we waited a little bit. We didn't want to be hasty little hobbitses. We waited, and then we went back in, and we took a brush that had no paint on it, and we just essentially faded those. And we'll be doing the same process on this here. Yeah, let me work some of this dark into these recesses there. Also on this, back to my violet here. A little more of the thinner. There we are. Thinner again. You're just kind of grabbing that paint and pulling it around. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. How you doing? Happy Sunday, Neshlin. Another crazy one for you here, Neshlin. These are pretty wild, aren't they? These are some of the crazier things that we've ever painted on the stream. I mean, Archvillain does all kinds of interesting stuff. What was that? The Frost guys. That was the Frost Grave Horrors or something like that. Frostburn Horrors, I think it was. Yielded one of the most beloved characters on the channel. That's Wally the Walrus and his Scale Ale. Once you get used to the fish eyes, the bones, and the scales, it really grows on you, that taste of that. Nice to see you again, Vite. Happy Sunday to you there, Vite. I hope everything's been going good there, Vite. I know I've seen you in a couple, well, I think probably Brushmaster, some of his streams and such. Whoa, there we go. Getting some nice, almost some blood red, literally blood red, because we take this Perling Crimson, we mix it with the Alkyd Medium, and that is what I use for blood effects now. Yeah, Vite, we've been trying to do a little Happy Father's Day for all the folks out there. Yep, for all of our earlier crowd there, our Eastern time zone friends, we did a little Happy Father's Day for them. And again, to everybody out there in the chat and stuff, for whom it may apply, I want to say Happy Father's Day. Nice little bit of dark in there. Might even tempted to almost kind of throw a little bit of our brown back in there. Some of our Van Dyke brown there. Well, Vite, sometimes that's the best Father's Day present, right? Is a little peace and quiet, and a little less madness, and a little less chaos. Fewer things starting on fire, right, Vite? That's a nice Father's Day present. So we've got this here again. We're making sure it's nice and dry. And then we'll take this here. See, you got these spots, and they're all kind of a hard edge on them. So what we're going to do, see how we're doing this little tap, tap, tap on them here? And that basically just kind of takes the edge off of them a little bit. It doesn't look quite so much like our star spatters, like on one of our spacescapes, like we did on Thursday. So there's our spattered stars right there. We don't want these to look like they're spattered spots on there. Yeah, Vite, well, let's see, what is it here? So it's 1:02 a.m. here, and well, it's very possible that I don't end up getting to sleep here until probably about 8:30, 8:45-ish or something like that. Again, you can see how that's softer now. See how these are really, really, really hard edge. We're going in here and we're just taking those out. We did this on our, remember some of the planet ornaments that we did? Where things would start out looking really just too hard edged, and then we go in and do something like this. I think you can see everything to this side, right, has really hard edges. These much softer edges. See, Vite can never remember, well, where the time zones are there, right? You know, kind of the, like, say, Finland and Norway versus, say, France or like central Germany, Switzerland, then Spain, Portugal. And then, of course, the whole daylight savings time, that always gets confusing around that time of year, where it doesn't exist. Because here, basically, your continental United States, you got three time zones. You got Eastern, Central. Well, you do have, yeah, I guess you can throw Mountain Time in there. So you got Mountain Time, then Pacific. So there's, I guess you could say four. So you can see how this also kind of turned a little bit greenish. That's because what's underneath is mixing with these. Doing that here again. See how that kind of softens that up a little bit. It's nowhere near as stark. Doing the same deal here. So again, we've got one more of these to do, but that's probably maybe going to be the Friday stream or something, unless... Oh, wait a minute. Well, yeah, it could be, because, well, Thursday will be hopefully the special birthday stream. And we will be painting something two-dimensional for that. Let me do this. Yep, something like that right there. Got to get these guys now. Get softening the edges on all these. Let's get the... Oh, you know, I should probably do some spots up there on the other side. Fine, we'll do that. Now that I'm seeing these here, I'm like, oh, well, we should probably do that on the other arm. I think I was referring to these when I was trying to do the color references. I was telling the prompt that they were capes, because I had no better explanation for what the heck they're supposed to be, except capes. So we'll do some more spots here, and then that didn't quite work the way we wanted, so we're just going to wipe that away. We got lots of holes over there. That's probably why I wasn't doing these. There's a whole bunch of holes over there. See if we can get some of that darker Van Dyke Brown down onto these guys too. Now, Vite, hopefully you got something fun planned for Father's Day. Either that or just chilling out. Just chilling out and doing the miniatures, maybe. Maybe playing some games or all of the above. So yeah, that's now again, those have a little bit of a greenish tint to them now. Because essentially the color underneath has mixed with it. Nope, not that was a blending brush. Let me see if I can use this one. Yeah, there we go. That's it. Okay. A little more on these. Soften those babies up. Well, Vite, hopefully, again, you'll maybe get a chance to do something. Of course, hopefully, whatever they got planned for you involves maybe lots of yummy eats or something. Drop this over here, maybe, yeah. Like so. Also, over here. That sounds really good there, Vite. That sounds fabulous. A good start. That's a good start. Now there should be the special cake that goes with it. I mean, it's if the Hobbitses can have second breakfast, why can't Father's Day have also second supper? It's so hilarious because these things. What the heck was? Oh, it was some Trench Crusade stuff. That's right. It has a lot of things like this shape here. Literally a cloak that looks like this, except, well, I don't think it's fungus stuff. It's definitely, I think it was supposed to be intestines because, geez, it's Trench Crusade, right? What's a Trench Crusade without intestines and bloody stuff and all other manner of things? Oh yeah, here we go. A little something lighter in there, not too much though. Just a little hint of something there. Yeah, Vite, there's been a couple of times where now I tried to vet, the Trench Crusade stuff in advance for, in case there's any nasty bits or something like that. Yeah, there's been two occasions now where I've been painting the thing for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I went, unidentified nasty bit there. And then I would have to basically paint it like this. Every time I was doing it, I'd have to cover it with my thumb. Vite, that's I actually have a bunch of Kingdom Death stuff, but obviously that would have to be just for tutorial videos for, well, you know why. And then, oh gosh, what was the? Yeah, there was something else too that was also. It wasn't a Trench Crusade. It was something else. Oh yeah, that. It was a cape that I was painting that had a freehand pattern. I went, oh yeah, that's right. Because it was the design was originally made for, well, a tutorial series on the YouTube channel there, or my Patreon page, and then I forgot because I was doing basically practice versions of the figures on Twitch, because it's that mounted barrister diorama. That's right. And that is a series of videos that I'm going to be doing on the Patreon page, just like our Road to Resin Beast series. I think that was a 6-episode arc. Not one but two figures. Then there was the Loot Studios figure that also was part of my Resin Beast entries. I might. Yeah, let me just go back to the pinkish red here. This is over here. Get some light on the feetses down here. How long have we been doing this? Not even 3 hours. 3 hours ago. That was the color. I mean, literally that same gray, because that's Dino Res gray. That's what it was. There was no other colors on here. There was no Zenithal. There was no nothing. Nice to see you there, Landrast. Landrast, that cake, remember the cake I was talking about, the mom made where it was like a Dark Angels Land Raider cake? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of when you sent that. Let's work this in here, a little bit more of that too. Nice to see there's surface tension. So surface tension, there's another fungus among us. Surface tension. You want to share your stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. So surface tension. The way I would determine it again, I think it's possible that you get more realistic results from the iPad as far as your GPT, but the annoyance factor working with that is exponentially higher than the PC. It's just getting downright annoying. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. So again, great to see a Surface Tension from the Grey Havens, right? Surface Tension. No, in Surface Tension, I'll get you those tunes. Sorry I didn't get to do that today. Today was just a wild and crazy day. So I will shoot you those after the stream, Surface Tension. My apologies. It's annoying all around, right? Surface Tension. Now again, there's a part of me that thinks the results you get there are less stylized. So the return of the death orb in the sky. I guess there's much panic among the citizenry of Welshlandia then. Did I? I did get that lighter violet in there. So again, everybody please be like Lead Logic and check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, fabulous oil painted miniatures. Oh yeah, Vite, that Kickstarter, the basically Spanish Inquisition Trench Crusade figs there. I can't remember who it is again. Actually, now Landress, you weren't going to do that one, were you? Because I mean, you don't have enough Kickstarters and Patreon My Mini Factory files to paint and print out yet, so you need more. So yeah, Landrast, I wasn't sure if that was a set of figs you were looking to get there. So I got lightening up that just a smidge right there. Yeah, Landraz, that's a dangerous thing. You don't want to run out of STLs. If you do not have a 20-year supply, Landrast, I mean, just think of it. That's like you need that strategic STL reserve. That is more critical than the strategic oil reserve. And if that is not replenished, and again, you need at least a 20-year supply of STLs. Let me lighten this up and then take this and push that back there. Vite, we were joking about how many. Well, I think I've got dozens of 2 terabyte drives here. Now, a lot of those have the videos on them and stuff, but there's at this point now, I probably got somewhere around 6.5 to 7 terabytes of STLs. Also, I saved the my build plate stuff too. So between the STLs and the build plates and the projects and everything, yeah, that's getting to be 8 terabytes there. Now, well, Vite, that'd be just great. More printers, more better, right? Because you never know, one might all of a sudden either not work or need some maintenance or something. So you have to have those 2 or 3 other printers to kick in while you're working on that one. Now, Lead Logic, I didn't really have a chance to look at that. Actually, actually, speaking of which, Cathay, right? Wasn't that supposed to be the new old world army or whatever? They haven't said anything more about when that's coming out, have they? Yeah, Vitae. Printers demand attention in many ways, don't they? Yeah. Uh, I think they're definitely. Would you say they're like on the par with a 5-year-old or maybe a 2-year-old? They always want something and they always want your attention. Again, a little bit more of that light right along the edge here. Yeah, 3D printers up on blocks, right, Vite? Now, we'll take this again. This, we'll mix it with maybe our cadmium green. Let me try this. Let me see what happens with this. No, that's going to maybe be too yellowish. I was hoping to have... Oh, we'll just have to mix brilliant yellow pale with our violet then. That might just do it. So see you later, Derbs. Thank you so much. And thanks for the obliterator thing. I could not think of what the heck they were called. Oh, and Derbs. Oh, here with the oil paints. Couple of quick things. Geez, sorry I forgot this. So these color charts can be really handy. They show you not just what the color looks like, but how it handles. Is it opaque? Is it translucent? Is it kind of on the matte side, or is it a little bit more on the shiny side? Because oils are like that. They all different kinds of consistencies. Also, maybe the first miniature that you do, just take one light color, one dark color, and just do a value study like that. Doesn't matter what the light color is, doesn't matter what the dark color is. Maybe do this as your, maybe even the first couple of miniatures there, so you're not having to, you know, deal with it too much. Or even something like this, where okay, this vehicle is kind of a compressed color scheme, right? So maybe even something like this that doesn't have a ton of colors on it might not be the worst thing to try. Again, at the start there. So as sorry, I meant to say that a while ago there. So yeah, again, have a good one, and again, most likely this coming Monday would be Armada Mondays, and we'll be painting more Necrons. More Crons. More Space Croissant. No, 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 no. That's way too chunky there. Go back to this here greenish stuff. And of course, you can try to make sure that the colors that you're using, maybe, oh, obviously like a film noir, like a theme, like an army theme, where you say, well, that's supposed to be looking like it's just black and white. So see you later there, Derbs. Appreciate you being here, of course. Oh, wait, let's get some of our pink in that. And of course, again, have a happy Father's Day, happy Sunday, all the good stuffs. I haven't even seen if that kicks it. Oh, and Jacob's Rohan Terrain Kickstarter there. His Kingdoms of Saxonia. I have to see if that's. I think that's probably still going for 2, 3 more days. All right, brilliant yellow pale, purple creates kind of a grayish light purple there. Let's see if that's going to work in here. It's got a little more lightness to it. I mean, this is all shadow anyhow, so It's all in shadow. How's about this dude over here? Same thing with that stuff. So Derbs, there is this one here. That's the Linseed Fellowship. And then you can also see a bunch on the regular channel, James Wapple on YouTube. Just look up that, James Wapple on YouTube. That's the other YouTube channel. Unfortunately, my Twitch moderator, he's not available. He would normally be tossing those links out there for you. So sorry you got to kind of hunt that stuff down yourself. Again, you could always shoot me a message on the Instas there, Derbs. I'm just Wapelius on Instagram. So yeah, you can shoot me a message there, and then I can try and get you some linkies too. We can do that. I don't want that to be too late. That is supposed to be in shadow down there anyways. Well, thanks, Derbs. Appreciate that. Thanks for doing thanks for hunting those down. Again, I know it's not always the easiest thing to be hunting down channels and stuff on the YouTubes and everything. Come on, a little bit lighter there. Yep, there's something more right there. Thanks, Landras. Appreciate that. And so Landras just posted the regular YouTube channel there. Thanks, Landras. How you doing there, Rottweiler? Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. So Rottweiler, Recoil's been showing me all the really nifty graphics that he's been creating for the battle reports upcoming. We've been talking about like Stream Deck type things there, Rottweiler. Thanks, Surf Attention. We could use a little bit of the ration right here. Yes, indeed. And thanks to Landra. That's the right there. The link is now on the screen. Thanks to Landras. Again, this is the Linseed Fellowship here. So if you want to again see this or the one that we painted yesterday or whatever, the only place they're going to be, because again, basically Twitch eliminated highlights, so they would all go away. We're trying to save all of these to that new YouTube channel. So Rottweiler, yeah, we were talking about that. There is one of those sitting around here somewhere. Thank you so much, Pietro. Appreciate that. I think we need to do this one. We haven't done him in a while. It's like, you know, as a cat, I'm not really partial to mushrooms, but this is starting to look appetizing to me. It's like, look, dude, the guy's already going to be chucking us in the air fryer tomorrow. Like, wait, what? What you doing tomorrow? Thank you so much for that follow. Let's see what happens on our big old Gandalf 6 right here. He just survived. It was like this, right? And then it kind of tipped over because there's a little edge right here. And it was this way and it went, and it fell over that way. Survived the second near miss. Thank you so much, Pietro. I appreciate that. Surface tension, it's a little bit like trying to eliminate mold lines on these guys. And of course, the Wampleville Comedy Club is always open, right? Surface tension. So yeah, Vitae, that I started that up in basically February, and every day for months I have been transferring, doing the export thing, trying to get videos over there. And again, all of the future sessions, that's where they are going to end up, is over there. And again, there will be no ads there, so you don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff there, right, Doji? Happy Father's Day, Doji. And again, you want to post some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. So happy Father's Day there. Appreciate you being here like always, Doji. So Doji, man, these are some really wild. These are some wild critters here. This is some really unusual stuff. Again, that's the nifty part about the 3D printed stuff. Because again, I don't know if you could. I don't even know if you could make anything like this that could be cast. I mean, except like in a bazillion pieces. So I think that's about the only way you're going to have stuff like this is if it is basically 3D printable. Oh, sorry about that, Doji. Sorry, we missed that for you. I think I remember you saying that too. Sorry. Well, again, Doji, right? The brain, well, it doesn't do brain stuff anymore. Oh, happy birthday there, Doji. Well, in that case, we did it for Recoil the other day. We got to do it for Doji today. There it is, a hype train birthday celebration for Doji right there. All aboard the hype train for Doji's birthday. There you go. So happy birthday, Doji. Rottweiler, if you want to, post some stuffs there in the chat. Obviously, your stern guard, right? Those are all done, right? Sorry, Rico. The Rottweiler, those are all done now.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, hard drive. Appreciate that. Now I wonder if these are those magic mushrooms people are talking about. Cause yeah, I don't think I've ever seen. You didn't you haven't seen like Radagast, right? He's like, is that the one with the bird on his head? He's like, yeah, every so often. No, I haven't seen him. There's somebody that's trying to cook me though. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that hard drive. We got ourselves another Gandalf roll. Several near misses. Look, this is literally the third near miss of the stream right here. Something's in the water. Something is in the water there. So Doji, sorry, Rico, I gotta get me those shrooms today. And bacon, that's right, yes, shrooms and bacon. So yeah, I think you heard us talking about that earlier, Rico. We gotta get the bacons. We get that going. That provides some of the juicy stuff there, and then combo that up with the mushrooms. Also, scallions, that's right, gotta get those too. Chuck those and yield air fryers, see how those work out. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. And again, everybody please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Vita, I keep, like on YouTube, there's this, speaking of commercials on YouTube, there's this super annoying one about mushroom coffee, which I'd never heard of before. I had no idea that was a thing, but like every other commercial is about mushroom coffee. No idea what's going on with that. Never had that. Other folks might say, I have had it. It's delicious. So you get those too, Vite? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, again, we got some of our lights working in here. Let me try to something more on the side of that face there. Yeah, I guess so. Now I guess Rottweiler. Are you working? Well, it's not going to be a 6x4. Well, obviously GW changed everything. It's like, I don't know. It's like a 2 foot and 1 1/4 inch by a 17 foot and 18 30 seconds of an inch or whatever. I don't know what they're doing with the stupid boards, but I wasn't sure what size board you were going to be using for your battle reports. If you're just kind of sticking with 4x4 because it'd be easier to get on camera. Boy, surface tension. Why does that sound familiar? I don't know. Maybe it was something that I heard on Midsummer Murders or something. It might have been. I wouldn't be surprised if some kind of mushroom like that was talked about on Midsummer Murders. Come on, a little lighter there. Right by this. Now let me see if I can get something lighter on the eyes. I might try to do the cadmium yellow. Plus some of the white. Let me get more of that white broken down. Or maybe we'll just use brilliant yellow pale. Of course, do we? Okay, we do have some that's reasonably intact. Come on. Teensy touch of that. Okay. Can I do it on this other one? That's going to be more complicated. Our angle of attack is a little more limited there. Looks like we got it. Yeah, we got it. We got our glowy stuff in the eyes is there. Okay. Glow is established. Okay, I think we've already gotten our light is... No, I guess there's a couple of areas here we could maybe chuck a little bit more of our light. Also, maybe this crazy stuff on the back of the head here. Makes me wonder if they also did the same thing, where they just looked up a whole bunch of mushroom species and then tried to, like, make mushroom golems out of them. And of course, Rico has been working super hard, making all kinds of fabulous graphics for those battle reports. So here's hoping that it all works out. I'm sure it will be fabulous. This is kind of an orangey red here. That's our Artura Rosa mixed with a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale, I think. I'm going to try and work that into a whole bunch of different places here. Again, it's sort of a red, but it's not really a red. It's kind of an orangey brown. A little too much thinner on that brush. We're going to get rid of some of that. Blending brush. One of these will work. I think that just might be it. So I'm putting some of that there. Now we got these shrooms down here. Again, try to make sure we have as much a difference as possible between all of our colorations here, and again in the shadow areas trying to do almost like an opposite to what is in the light area. So instead of the shadow area just being a darker version of the highlight area, how's about it being well, completely different than the highlight area? We talk about it all the time with the whole paint contest thing. You want to get as many of those, we just call them color surprises as possible. You do that, it's just going to cause people to just take a closer look at the image instead of just kind of, oh, okay, that's neat, and then move on. Because there's going to be so many miniatures to judge in those contests, you got to do something to make things that will either stand out or just something that they notice and say, oh, there's a little something extra here. What's in this? And then they start looking at it a little closer, and that you just got to kind of reel them in. So again, this has some kind of oranginess to it here. And again, thank you so much, Pietro and Our Drive, for the follows. Appreciate that. As you can see, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Now, of course, he seems to like hobbitses with certain magic items too. Maybe, I don't know, maybe some magic mushrooms there too with the hobbitses. I would not put it past those tricksy hobbitses. So I'm throwing a little bit more of the orange there onto our shrooms down there. Just because. And that's not like a pure orange type orange. Again, this is it's a essentially Terra Rosa, kind of a burnt orange type of color. Vitae and Del, I don't know if you'd want to mash them. I don't even know if you want to boil them, but you can stick them in a stew. Yeah, you can certainly put those in a stew. Where are we at here with this? Wow, okay, that is. I think we did get a little bit of the cadmium yellow. Well, I'm going to try and throw some of that over here now. Blending brush, where you hiding? There you are. See that? We just threw that color in there and we took our blending brush to it. Hashtag no layers. No layers. Look at that. Alright, a little bit more this way. There we go. There we are. This side, again, some of the Terra Rosa. Well, that was lighter than I thought it was going to be there, but no biggie because it's mixing with all the darks that are there, which are already serving to tone that down a little bit. So it all is going to work out. I'll maybe do a little bit of that same deal over here on this side, like you do. Yeah, there. There we go. So there we go. Officially, Happy Father's Day for Vitae. The youngins just they just caught you. There you go. So again, Happy Father's Day to everybody. Oh yeah, I'm liking that kind of. There we are. Yeah, that is working out. And again, very, very, very different from this. And the next two that we're doing, they're equally. Again, you would think, how the heck could you find color schemes that are different than those? But we did manage to find some. Next one's going to have much more of an emphasis on green. I was hoping that's where we could utilize even more of that cobalt green. And of course, we've been utilizing the brilliant yellow pale. I'm telling you, recoil. I'm getting very spoiled having that brilliant yellow pale out on the palette here. Obviously, we've been using a lot of the Paul Rubens, and the Paul Rubens are sort of like our radiant colors. But this is not brilliant yellow pale. That is most definitely not brilliant yellow pale. Catching me a little bit more of my orangey stuff right there. Again, that is not classic or well, like our pure orange or something. It's kind of a burnt umber type, or sorry, burnt sienna. There, all right. No, burnt orange. That's it. Yeah. Ooh, any more down there? That's kind of a darker area. Shouldn't really keep messing around too much. This over here, we got nothing going on. I'm gonna try this. I'm actually gonna try this crazy orangey color, and then this is in our shadow area. So the shadow areas are actually gonna get lighter here. If we don't like it, it'll be easy enough to just, well, take some Egyptian violet and blam, go right over the top of it. What I don't want that to do is look like rust. So if it starts looking too much like rust, then I think, well, these would be very metallic mushrooms right here. Yes, they would be very metallic indeed. What's happening there? Okay. I guess sort of now, maybe if I get that down here, that might also, we're going to carry that down onto the base here. And if it doesn't make any sense, it'll just take a minute or two with the Egyptian violet, maybe combo with some of the Van Dyke brown or whatever, and then just boom. And I'll darken that right down. Speaking of which, let me get some more of that out here. And of course, this is our fabulous Van Dyke brown with the charred animal bones, because yeah, that's what makes it extra special. Um, it's not quite kaput mortem, but you know, I still have to uh, find out again what the modern day equivalent to a mummy brown is. I mean, to me, I could very much see, say, the Williamsburg or even the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown being awful similar to that. So surface tension says that it is possible there are certain types that could be qualified as rust. You wouldn't want to catch those, right, surface tension? So see you later there, Doji. Doji, I do believe there will be some cobalt teal bluish for you tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, on our next one of these. So that'll probably be again this coming Friday. And I guess this Thursday is going to be the birthday stream. So go figure. Now, again, I'm not quite sure how next weekend plays out because there's other family members that also have birthdays in that latter part of June. So there could be a gathering of Wapples. It's like an Entmoot. It's the Wapple version of the Entmoot. Well, that's good surface tension. I guess the surface tension it really would only affect the kind of mushroom plants that probably, well, let's see. They would probably be the ones you'd want to eat because they'd have a lot of iron in them. Let's do this. And soften up that edge there a little. I guess I don't think that the Ents eat too many shrooms. Well, actually, the shrooms are too busy growing on them, right? Surface tension. Yeah, they really like the shrooms. Eventually, they really start growing on you. So that was the again the little bit of our indigo combined with the Egyptian violet, so some indigo violet there for some super dark stuff happening in there. Oh yeah, let's lighten this up over here. Oh, and a funny story again. Was reminded, we were talking yesterday about how it would be really nifty if maybe I could start the Saturday streams, not tremendously earlier, but say something like 5:30, even 6 o'clock or something like that. And sure enough, today between 5:40, whatever, and 6 o'clock, the doorbell is ringing like the house is on fire. Like, what is going on? And the house almost did catch on fire because, again, I was doing the air fryer stuff right in the middle of that when the doorbell was just banging. Somebody's just banging. Well, it's the next door neighbor. They wanted to bring me some cake, which was nice. But now you know why I don't stream anytime during the day or even film. Yes, I don't even film the videos during the day because of that kind of stuff. And it's funny because this neighbor is that they were the same ones that remember that one Saturday surface tension where I was in yet another one of those where somebody was coming to pick me up really early, just like a few hours after a stream. And here I am thinking that I overslept or something, so I go charging at the front door. And on the other side is the neighbor with eyeballs the size of like manhole covers or something, because I almost went flying through the door at him. So yeah, surface tension. I was thinking of actually surface tension. You know what's a better play is to just start the stream super late and just have it go till like 10 a.m. or something. Surface that might be actually a better play. I think they're less likely for things to be happening then than in say the afternoon or the evening time. Of course, the likelihood of some sleep streaming happening around that is escalated quite a bit. Now, can I escalate my darks over here a little more? I think I can. Again, that is a little combo there of some indigo, some of our violet. That's super dark. We usually kind of stay away from, well, we never really just chuck black on somewhere. It's always, if we are going to use it, it's going to be mixed with something else. Now, where's my, here we go. That is our Perling Crimson. Because again, this is not an expensive enough palette. We have to also chuck Perling Crimson out there. Surface tension, boy. There was all those occasions, right? Well, the unfortunate was that the Alka-Seltzer plus cold medicine, and not seeing the part that said will cause extreme fatigue, and actually consuming it on stream. So Vitae sleep streaming is basically where I fall asleep on stream and nobody notices. Yeah, I'll tell people, I say, I fell asleep on stream 4 times. And let's say, but you were still talking and painting. And I'm like, no, I know I fell asleep because we call them micro naps, Vitae. Yeah, we called those micro naps because they lasted a split second. And when I woke up, I had no idea what I was saying. And then when people said, well, we didn't really notice, I thought, well, gee whiz, if I can sleep stream, maybe I should just sleep all day. I can stream, I could probably edit videos, I could do all that stuff, and I would just be sleeping. So yeah, sleep streaming is literally actively streaming, but falling asleep on the stream. We managed to do that several times. I went. Wait a minute. There's our blending brush right there. So that's kind of a funky edge. We are going to do that just like we did with all these little spots here. Remember, those all had super hard edges on them. Tone all those guys down. Can we? I'm looking at this here. We gotta do something either lighter in there or dark. I'm gonna try the lighter orange. I mean, we got it right here anyhow. So let's do that. We got our pure orange. Some of this here. Also, a little bit of a Mars Yellow Deep. Let's try that combo here. Yeah, Vitae, that would, well, talk about stream of unconsciousness, right? Right, surface tension. Okay, and then I want to try and get me some of that over here. Oh, there's also this thing up there that never really got any color on it. Now, of course, given that my face is about an inch and a half away from the magnifier light, there have been multiple times where I was awakened by my face bouncing off of that. It's an early warning system for me there as far as the sleep streaming goes. What about over here? Over here. I want to try and get me a little more of that on this little fungi down here. Was there four of them? One, two, three. So yeah, there's four little fungi down here. Yeah, I don't know if these are regular dudes that got turned into, well, fungi here, or what the deal is with them. I'm gonna have to find that Lost Kingdoms. Again, it's from years ago. We're talking 2021, 2022. That's from a long time ago, and that's again, I was reliant on the supports that the whatever the sculptor made. So, and there's her. They've never really gotten all that much better. Nifty sculpts. Do your own supports. Catching a little more light there. Yeah, right there. Something over here. Now these down here, I'm gonna get some of my lighter violet back there. We're just gonna go with the straight up. Now, I'm not gonna do the brilliant yellow up here. We're just gonna go this way here. So we're taking this. We're taking our violet. Is this light or not? I don't know. Find out when we get there. This is my one entry point, getting down in there. I know on the what did I do on the other one? Did I end up doing some? Actually, I might have done some of the cobalt blue down there. Yeah, that was pretty wild using the cobalt blue. I mean, the last time I can remember using it was on the party skinks that we did. Also from Archvillain. Yeah, that's right. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, those are from Archvillain. Part of the, oh, they're Agama Rising. That's it. Yes. So this is Tome of Demons, the Lizard Man stuff. Oh, we did that Lizard Man bust. That was from Agama Rising. What a couple weeks ago we did that Lizard Man bust. Big old crocodile or a gator. Either that or no, maybe it was part of the Sekhmet. Maybe it was part of their Egyptian thing. Oh, it's Loot Studios. That's who did Jack the Werejackal. I think I actually did find that file. Alright, let's just keep pushing this around here. There we go. Something like that. We're starting to get here too. I don't want to go too light with it. I mean, this is way down in the recesses here. It should definitely be in some kind of shadow of some kind. Let's not go too bonkers with that. Get me a little touch of our violet all the way down here. Some of that still, even now, some of that still is pre-glazed from about 3 hours and 40 minutes ago. Fire up the, yeah, let's use this red out here. So Landris, I just realized that I got to, I just really, it's actually now it's the right time to be taking all, like, say, all the Isengard stuff, all that terrain that I would printed out, that, like, the dwarf stuff. I gotta take my spray cans to all that stuff. Yeah, I gotta be doing that soon here before it gets too toasty. Now we got some of our indigo mixed with our red. Yeah, that really is, even if I'm going to go over that with the airbrush, Landras, just hitting it with that, it just means like the airbrush now is more just about the colorizing of it, that more detailed colorizing than it is just trying to prime the darn thing. Because, well, you know how much primer those terrain pieces are going to chew up, right, Landrast? And again, they're not like the most precision tools ever, but they have some neat color to them. Again, they're also foam safe. Yes, we used them on foam terrain and it worked just fine. Come on. Ah, there we go. A little dark on him. This guy here, I think those are like little round. Yeah. He didn't have any eyes. Well, the Weeping Angel's mad about not having eyelids. What about not having any eyes, period? Matt Landra, actually, Landrest, if you could shoot me just a reminder note about that, and thanks for the reminder note that you sent yesterday. But I'm gonna try and put that on that list there, which actually has helped putting stuff on that list. So yeah, if you don't mind, just that's gotta, because I need to actually clear some space out of the garage, because well, I wasn't doing that in the winter time. I think that's where the those extra toaster ovens went, was on that table. Also, the new articulating ladder kind of in the way. Thanks, Landras. Appreciate that. Because I still remember the pictures you sent of that massive terrain piece, right? You had it lined up there, and getting the spray on all those pieces. More of that red here. All right. I might even see it. Maybe there's a way to set up the iPad or something so that it can film some of that. Happy Father's Day, Vita. Yeah, it's, the kids now. Your presence is requested now. So have a great day there, Vita. And happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Like so. Let's continue with this burgundy type color. This is that Perline Crimson. And we got the chance to use it today. I think this is the first time I used it like intentionally as a staining color as part of a pre-glaze process, probably since their discovery. When I first learned that it was actually a staining color. And again, I realize we haven't done a whole lot of the pre-glaze type stuff. It depends on the miniatures. Sometimes there's miniatures where it's just, wow, that would be really helpful. Even our Trench Crusade stuff, we actually do a pre-glaze on them. I think we did pre-glaze on our Skavens. So sometimes it's advantageous. Other times more advantageous to take the other approach. Now here where we've got the skin sticking through there, whatever that stuff is, I'm going to try and get my Terra Rosa and a little of this. It's basically what we use as our latest rust color, which is hilarious. That will go here too, maybe, and also there. See if we can sneak a little bit of you down into that. I will try and get a little bit of the light under here. This over here, I'm gonna maybe try my violet color with it's not that light, which is it only I keep forgetting this is Egyptian violet we're talking about here. The tiniest touch of Egyptian violet made that go from almost white to basically violet. Holy smokes. That took almost nothing. So we'll back away from that to let's try maybe this. Where's a spot? Here's a spot. And away we go there. All right, that's good. That is good. What are we doing down here? More of that lighter stuff. That I don't mind that being kind of a little bit of a shadow on it there because, well, this thing is right over the top of it, sitting there right on dead on top of it, so it should probably have that little bit of a shadow to it. Now this thing up here, we got a whole bunch of nothing except pre-glaze on there. Man, that's pretty much straight up Egyptian violet on that. I guess leg right there. Boy, that is dark. Because remember, this was exactly this primer. This is the Stynylrez Gray primer. That's what this was. A little bit different now. 3 hours and 50 minutes later. Okay, let me get that thing back up on the table here. There we go. Alright, we're continuing with this violet stuff. Back in here. Not too light. Again, it's in shadow, but we can't have just nothing there. We need to have a little something there. Also here. Also here. So again, our basically our shadow area, instead of being a darker reddish pink tone, it's actually a violet tone there. There's a little more texture on the arms, it looks like, that we're missing here. Yeah. Now on the faces, see, we went with that combo. Instead of the white and the violet, we went with the brilliant yellow pale and the violet. It looks, see, okay, that's what's missing here. See, on this side we have the dark. We are missing that right over here. So basically, the chin, for lack of a better term here. Let me get the violet going. Man, that Egyptian violet is intense. There we are. All right. This was not making a whole bunch of sense. Now it does. Having that violet there. Also trying to get the dark around the eyes even more established here. Darker that is, the later the eyes are going to be. Something like so. What's the best way to attack this thing? Probably from this way. Now here I gotta look around. There might be a couple of these, and these ones we added, I'm gonna bring back Mr. Blending Brush. Well, some kind of blending brush here. We will use you. So we got these spots is right here that we did. We're just gonna little tap 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 on them, not much. And even after I do that, then I gotta just take a paper towel or something, right, and get that paint off of there. Otherwise, it's just gonna start smushing it and transferring all over the place. We got these guys. And these up here too. I mean, the mushroom surface is very. It's kind of got that texture to it, right? It's usually not terribly glossy on it. There's a few. There was one alternative color scheme that I did where it was almost like those crazy mushrooms that are almost like waxy.
Hello, little
Yeah, it was
hobbits.
almost a
Spark
waxy
my
type of a
gum jug.
coloration. Thank you so much, Solomon, for that follow. Um, you shall not pass. It's like, you know what? I think we would grow very well in a cave environment. It's like, I don't think you would like this cave environment. It's like, why, man? It's kind of cold and damp in there. It'd be great. It's like, yeah, you see that dude over there? He's like, oh, yeah, the guy with the wings? Yeah, he doesn't look very happy with you. It's like, yeah, you're kidding me. What's going to happen on this Gandalf 6? We've had several near misses. Are we going to get something better than like a 2? Oh, yeah, well, we did. There you go for Solomon. Big old 5 on the Gandalf 6. So thank you so much, Solomon. Appreciate that. Yeah, at least Gandalf didn't inquire about trying to cook one of these things, which of course is on the menu for later. But we got a lot of stuff to do on our Sunday. It's going to be a very, very busy, busy day. Let me work that in here, maybe. Yeah. What are we working on here? Again, that's our naphtha bread mixed with a little bit of our white. And we're going to get something down in here too. Little something. There's a whole bunch of texture here. That hand is kind of in the way. Also, I'm going to try and dive back into this a little bit more. Right over there. Now we're going to lighten that up too. Get a little bit of that look at that burgundy color, and there's a whole bunch of texture right in here. Well, I guess here it's kind of a halvesies between the violet and the reddish scarlet. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on right in there. Maybe even lighter on our violet here. So we're going to take this. Not much of that Egyptian violet. It takes so little. Man, I've got really, really used to the Alkyd dioxazine violet, which, I mean, it's got some. It's not nothing, but boy, oh boy, it is not Egyptian violet. Almost there. Nope, gotta go later. Fine, I'll grab me some more of the white. This might do it here. Also, too, got to play the thin and thick game here. We talked about, oh gosh, I don't remember, it was about an hour something ago about consistency of the paint and thin over thick and vice versa. Right? Since most likely the thing you're going to be painting on top of is going to be still wet in some way, shape, or form. You would either need to have it be a thicker consistency or a thinner consistency. It doesn't have to be wildly different. It doesn't have to be, put it on with a shovel versus a pinline wash difference, but there's got to be a difference. Now here we finally got some value difference in there. That makes a whole lot more sense what's happening in there. Much more sense now. The Archvillain stuff, texture is definitely a part of their stuff. Whether it's, say, like the walrus dudes that they made, the skin texture, amazing on that. Fur texture tends to be really, really good. Even, leather textures, whatever. And then, of course, scales, say, on the lizard men. They really do a good job making sure that texture is, it's pretty fine, that's for sure. And they also do a really good job of hollowing their stuff. So if it's not hollow, that means you probably shouldn't try to hollow that out, because they've tested it, they've done the test prints, and they say the interior geometry is just not favorable for hollowing. even though it might take up a little bit of extra resin that way. Better safe than sorry. If the print fails, then you will waste infinitely more resin than if you just printed the darn thing uh, not hollow and it succeeded, because you're going to waste a whole lot more resin that way. I think, yeah, we need more of our kind of yellowish orange red on that little crest right there by the eye. I spy with my little eye this over here. That is some of our cadmium yellow, a little bit of that pure orange. And again, consistency thing. I'm going to try to put a little more thinner in there, and let's see. Bingo. There was no difference in what I put there color-wise or anything like that. I just put a teensy bit more thinner, and it stuck. It is the way of the oils. That's kind of how it works. Eventually, you get so used to that, it won't even matter. But you see here, what have I been yapping about the entire stream is that I've gotten, what, in two streams. So, and like the last 9.5 hours of streaming, I've gotten really spoiled with, say, like the brilliant yellow pale, the Egyptian violet. It took all of less than 10 hours to all of a sudden get real accustomed to certain things. So, hopefully that makes you feel like, geez, I don't want to have to spend a bazillion years getting used to this. What do we got here? Orange wise, yeah. You know what? Let me see if I can push this back a little further. Oh, yeah, this here is just, look at that. I basically just have a couple of dots of brilliant yellow pale there. How's about we elaborate on that? There we go. Yeah, that would look a little peaked right there. Also, we got, geez, a bunch of these little dots here. I will take, let's try our cadmium green mixed with, ooh, we'll mix that with a little bit of this here cobalt green, because it ain't expensive enough being just cadmium green. There we go. That made it nice and pricey. More of it there. What are we rocking with over here on this side? Yeah, we got a whole bunch of that to do over here to teensy little dots. This is what I'm talking about, these textures here. There's some sculpting things, and again, texture's not necessarily the easiest thing to do with the digital sculpting. So some just kind of, there's minimal texture. It's just almost always just smooth surfaces. Archvillain gets a little bit more adventurous because, well, they have some talented sculptors. Now, I don't know if it's the same kind of situation, say, as Creature Caster, where one figure like this might have 2 or 3 different sculptors working on it. Now, this is a little bit of a glazy thing of the cobalt green right here. The idea there is that, well, everybody kind of has a strong suit. Maybe somebody does textures well, somebody else does hands really well. They will basically have the person who does that thing well do that one thing. Now the downside is it means you're kind of herding cats, because instead of just getting one sculptor to finish something, you got maybe upwards of 6 or 7. So that's again, we got a little bit of a greenishness there. We got greens, reds, violets, all kinds of wild stuff going on there. I tried making that later. I think I need to actually get some dark in there. How's about we try Van Dyke Brown? Also, Cobalt Green. Or I could just use the Perline Black. Either way. There goes my brush. get you down in here. Well, maybe there's a little less of that. Not really looking to do a straight up pin line wash down here. Now the stuff that is lighter, well, that's beginning to stand out a little bit more there. Working there. Okay, we got some of our greens in there. We might even drop a little bit of that on that shroom. Now we're going to take this here brush, and we are about to basically blend a dark green and an orange together. Speaking of dark green, let me chuck this in here. Oh, there we go. Color surprises, right? What's a bigger surprise where you got almost like a pinkish color for your highlights, and now you got this dark green down in the shadow areas. There's a surprise for you. Much like the Spanish Inquisition, people don't expect that. Green again. Some of these areas, more of these areas. He's nice, yeah. Oh, here, I will get more of that. Come on, Van Dyke Brown, the green, and now in here. So instead of just the darker burgundy, the pearline crimson, look at that, now we got cobalt green. It's the most expensive shadow color ever. Like a Series 12 combined or something. Series 11. Probably a 5 and a 6. Yeah, those series numbers, when you see those referred to, it's essentially just, it's about price. A Series 1 oil paint is like a really, really, really common pigment, so it's going to be much less expensive. You start getting into some of the more elaborate pigments, well now, Series 3 maybe. Once you start getting into things like cadmium colors, cerulean blue, now you're talking maybe Series 4. Cobalt blues, some of the more exotic type pigments. Again, those start to range around that 7, 6, whatever. Think of it this way, and I know it's still the case in some places today, but to get purple, you had this really stinky oyster type, some kind of shell type of a deal there, and that's they only got like a tiny little bit out of that one little sea creature there, and guys had to dive down and grab those. And for many thousands of years, that's pretty much where they got off the coast of Greece, and your Aegean Sea there. And I forget what the critters are called, but yeah, that's where your violet pigment came from for the longest time. So guess what? Violet was super expensive. There we go. I mean, it's just like, okay, you're going to get yourself some clothes. If you want some cheap vinyl gym shoes or something like that, okay, that's going to be one thing. You want, leather gym shoes, high quality. Guess what? It's going to cost you more. So now we got a little bit more of the green going in on this guy here. Whereas when it comes to your miniature paints, for the most part, all the colors cost the same. So it's going to be different with the miniature paints than it is with the oils. I mean, even my acrylic paints, like my Liquitex stuff here, Even things like this, even those are going to have a different cost because they're using the genuine pigments there. Also, too, something like say a Williamsburg that's more heavily pigmented. Your student grade oils, one of the reasons those cost less is that, well, much like a hot dog, is just whatever meat was lying around goes into a tube versus a steak, which is a steak. Well, the hot dog has fillers in it, right? Well, that's what a lot of oil paints, again, the student grade, cheaper oils. It won't take long for you to kind of notice that, there's less pigment here. Now, that's fine if you're looking to just get started out, or you got like a giant project you want to do, and you maybe want to save your kind of premier colors. You break out the student grade stuff. Again, it's not like it's the end of the world. You add some more of this light over here. It's weird because these guys have this like combination of almost like muscle type things, and then these little pustule type things going on. Again, it's not Nurgle. Yeah, that's not like taste great, less filling, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, it's not. Unfortunately, it's not like that, right? Oh, and happy Father's Day there, Grand Oracle. Sorry about that. Jeez, I'm like, what am I forgetting to say? So happy Father's Day, Grand Oracle. Actually, Grand Oracle, I have got to get those printers going again. Holy smokes. So that's among the bazillion things we got to do after the stream. That is going to be one of them. So again, I still have the Stude. I mean, technically, the Paul Rubens paints are, at least as far as their pricing goes, that's pretty much. Maybe it's not student grade pricing, but it's in the neighborhood. Pluses and minuses with the Paul Rubens. Grant Oracle. I'll have to check tomorrow and see if there are one that we painted last night. What's the drying situation on that? Because I'm starting to wonder, Grant Oracle, if maybe the Soraya, the smoky black, maybe is a little more absorbent. Actually, I got to get me a container of that, Grand Oracle. And that would be used for those hollowed out things we were talking about. I want to give that a test again. Let me do that. Also over here. Because, yeah, Grand Oracle, I'll be curious to see if, I mean, these same colors, right, that I'm using on here, did they dry at the same rate for the ones that we're painting here now as for that Loot Studios sculpt there? And Grand Oracle, yeah, I think you heard me mention it. I have no idea what Loot Studios did for the May and June releases. I couldn't even tell you. And I might have even seen the May release. No idea what it is. Come on, Durkin. There we are. Might have to do the thinner again. Alright, we're thinning this down. Is that going to create more adhesion? Sure enough, it does. So It had nothing to do with the color or anything like that. It was the consistency of the paint on the brush versus what was on the miniature. So if you do something, say you put some thinner paint on the figure, well, your next, when you go back at that again, you're probably going to want paint that's going to be a little bit thicker. Again, it does not have to be some kind of massive, right out of the tube thing that you're putting on with a shovel. Doesn't have to be that. Okay, what's happening up here? More, let me, is that getting too light? Also, we're starting to mess around too much with that, with our yellow stuff that we've got on the side of this here. You can see that little dark point on there. That's the dark that was actually coming off of there. Come on. Blending brush again. Like this. More here. Alright, touch more of our light there. This very different one shoulder to the next. Now under here we have really absolutely nothing happening there. We got to get a little something going on. I'm going to see if I can't use one of these. Again, then one of those golden maple brushes here. Uh, Definitely a much softer type of brush than the liner brush I was using, and that is for a good reason. Here we go. A touch more thinner. Okay, look where I'm holding this thing. Now these triangle brushes here, it's almost easier to have that lighter grip on them because you can just, because of the square edges on them. You want that lighter grip on the brush. None of this here. First of all, miniatures get painted faster when the paint touches the figure. I know that's a novel concept right there, but that is the case. Tomb of the Serpent. God, boy, that well, I'm gonna have to chalk it up to another thing I'm gonna have to do there. I have to know Grand Oracle. Hopefully, I did send you some of the tunes to listen to there. Yeah. Oops, okay. Wow, that was way too much of the violet. Let's retreat there. Okay, there we go. Sound the retreat. That's more like it. Ah, that's good, Grand Oracle. I can't quite remember who I sent them to. Now I'm gonna go back to my yellowish stuff here, because there's a whole nother one of these things going on right here. I get some of that orangey stuff now. There we go. So Grand Oracle. Now, were there any like really eye-catching, say, bust or large figure options in there? As far as this would make an interesting this type of tutorial or something? Something for freehand, something for source lighting, or featuring okay, here would be something good to fool around with cobalt blue on or something, or the differences between that and Russian blue or whatever. I'll check those out also after the stream because again we don't have enough things going on after the stream here. I got my whoops lighter green again. Here we're gonna try to attack some of these little cherries up here, whatever the heck these things are. Don't want those to get too light though. They're starting to wander into that getting too light. Should that be the case, I'll just hit him again with another little glaze or something. Pin line wash, knock those back down. Whatever these crazy little things are, I gotta get me some more light on those. Ah, there's a whole nother one of these little rings over here that I didn't even see. More of that belt up here, whatever that is. Now let me compare this to our one from last. Boy, that is some different colorations there. So some object source lighting possibilities with the serpent, the June one there. Yeah, I've never even seen like their little previews or something on those at all. Ooh, that's gonna be too late. I shall retreat. We shall take some of our green there. So see how we want that light, that a little bit dark, and then some mid-tone. Now we will take our blending brush. So instead of having a harsh line in between those, no harsh line there. Nope. More thinner probably. Let me see what I bet you any money. Yep, there you go. I just had to add more thinner to it. That's all it was. And that's a frustrating kind of thing that just it works through with experience, like anything else. I mean, it was that way with the printing. It's certainly been that way with all the AI generation stuff, right? Boy, when I think about what I was only doing with that like 2 months ago, Grand Oracle, I was basically just going into what was that, the Copilot, and just saying, "Show me a nebula with this." That was the extent of like one prompt only, maybe two, and I hadn't used any other AIs or anything. So, well, Grant Oracle, we'll have to see if we can get those downloaded. I guess Chirubox changed their whole format again. Actually, Grant Oracle, there was something about Bamboo. Sectorix was talking about this, that he had to. I guess did he have to update the Bamboo slicer like 6 times or something in one day? Not quite sure what that was all about. Believe it or not, we have a couple little pesky. I wonder what I can use for that. Maybe we'll use... this we'll use. Because for whatever reason, we got ourselves a few sneaky cheeky little support do thingies in here. Thought I got rid of all those, but apparently not. Well, now they're gone. I was like, what am I running into over there? Now is support little tiny supports there. I'll touch more of our dark on the top of that. We'll see how quick this one dries, right, Grand Oracle? Because there's a bunch of Indian yellow and there's a whole bunch of violet on here. Grand Oracle, it's been kind of brutal. I mean, it's never been ideal, but it has been downright brutal with the bamboo stuff. It's like even in the same day, Grand Oracle, it'll say up like I just up, just did the latest version of this like 2 hours ago. What is going on here? It's almost like they're intentionally trying to just aggravate people enough to just say, fine, I'll just use Orca. So yeah, that's maybe it's a good thing that I haven't been printing anything in well over a week now. Which that's I think the last time that happened is I was away at Adepticon. But at least the gotta get the resin printers going tonight. What's happening with this here? Okay, limit something there. Now, of course, it could be that our Armada Monday is going to be our World War II ships again. It depends on what is prepped and ready to go. You know what? I'm going to darken you there. Now the underside of this has a whole bunch of nothing. I'll go back to our little bit of violet there. No, that's going to be our orange there. Make it a little bit lighter. Underside of that. Okay, enough of that now. Let's get our Indian yellow mix here. But I'm telling you, Grand Orca, I'm awful spoiled now with the actual Indian yellow, because there's like no other Indian yellow that is Williamsburg Indian yellow, is there, Grand Oracle? There's just nothing quite like it. The intensity of it is just remarkable. I remember the first time Grand Oracle and I forget how I ended up with the Winsor Newton Indian Yellow. I think it was actually like an accident or something, or someone gave it to me. And it looked different right out of the tube, and it sure handled different. I mean, it was just super obvious difference now. Brilliant yellow pale again. More of that here, and well, you'll. Let's see. I guess it will be the Friday stream where we maybe try to paint the last of our fungus people here. Well, yeah, I got one that I'm going to be painting in the tutorial videos, so. That is going to be for the Patreon page. Nope, nope, nope. Mix it with the Terrosa here, yeah. Ah, I had to stop myself because I wanted a little bit of that variety in here instead of just more of the yellowish stuff. Changing this around a little bit here. That is more like it. So it does appear that I will be potentially painting again on the Council of Miniature Painters 6 p.m. Central Time. So about 13, let's see, no, 12. So about 15 hours from now, 15 hours, 10 minutes from now or something. Let me get that orangey red over here. Also now on this hand, some of the knuckles. I gotta take my blending brush to that and knock down some of that. Got way out on the end of the sort of claw right there. At least I think that's what that is. Blending brush again. And there we are. Let's work in some of this now. Yeah, there we are. Let's see, we got that on this side. I need more of that over here. Much as I do enjoy the violet there, I need to get more of the lighter kind of terrosa mix up here. And again, 4.5 hours ago, it was that exact same gray because that's the Stynylrez gray primer. That's what it was. It looks just a teensy bit different now, 4.5 hours later. All of it painted with oils, no zenithal or anything like that. Well, we did our pre-glazed zenithal, didn't we, Grand Oracle? And the pre-glaze certainly did do the things that we would expect it to do and like it to do, where it kind of gave us that sort of background coloration, and then we could essentially that kind of helps going with that opposite blend, the greens for highlights and reds, or reds for the shadow colors of greens, that sort of thing. Much easier to do that, I think, when you do the pre-glaze. Here, let me get a little something on that shroom right there. Cadmium green for the lighter end on that shroom, and this one, a little something something on the stem there. We got this guy's head over here. There's not a whole bunch on his shoulder over there. I wonder. Oh, there you go. There's our cobalt green and like a weird pink color. So we're using the pink to and that worked out just exactly, I think, what I would have wanted there. Okay, now blending brush here. Tone that down, you too. And we'll work in that in here. Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuffs in there that's got nothing to it. We will maybe use the same deal. back here. I mean, just a little cursory sort of a dry brushy thing back there, and then if we think there is some more areas we could do something with, I'll try and sneak this back here. Our Mars yellow, a little bit of the pure orange. Trying to sneak that out to here. Blending brush, where are you hiding? See that kind of mixes with the violet that's there, and that turns kind of like a brownish color. Come on, more of that here. So you see we have kind of like a bluish violet there. We got the crazy oranges there. We got the greens in there. Now up here, this might be another place for, maybe not that really dark green like we did in there. I think we will try to go this route. So again, this is some green right here, but we got all of this, all kinds of red happening here. So I'm going to get this greenish gray. Ah, there it is. In his ears. what, whatever he is. Whatever those are. So now he will stand up a little bit from this. It's just this little subtle thing that we added. And again, that is, you're talking about the paint contest stuff. You're talking about what do you do to make your stuff stand out. That is a way to do it. And that's a real color surprise in there. We got basically greens now happening in the somewhat shadow areas on this guy here. Let's take it this way now too. Yeah, there we are. I was trying to think of ways, Grand Oracle, to make some sort of, if I was going to use this as the unit thing at Gen Con, I've got to have some kind of a display thing for him, and I was wondering if I could maybe in some kind of slate, basically just chop these up and use them as basing bits. Right, like literally chop this guy off somehow. I don't know how I would do that. I think I might just have to print him and cut him up or something like that. I don't know. I wish there was a way to kind of just extract like just this one guy, but maybe even just this guy on the top here. I don't know. Something weird. Or I just find a bunch of mushroom basing bits. I mean, I have some, but certainly not like this. Or fungus, I guess. Maybe some kind of trees or whatever. Maybe just a forest setting. Well, of course, it all has to fit on a thing about this big, so I don't think we can do a whole bunch. It can only just be some basing bits. Yeah, I don't think trees are going to be going on there. Ah, there we. That's this green. Really liking this green down here on our little guys over here. So remember that tray that we printed out for those bikes there, the Dark Angels bikes. It would be about that size. Gonna get that green working. Guess what? Where's it gonna go? Into my little shadowy areas down here. Also down there. See, that's too late. That was too late. Oh, look. Again, it's the eraser thing. It's like an eraser. Now here, it's back to blending brush. Now you can't really see what I'm doing right here. It's unfortunately blocked by the, well, cape, for lack of a better term. But trying to do some, maybe, okay, this is not the easiest way to hang on to it, but I think you'll be able to see it maybe. So, okay, that's a real challenge getting to this, holding it this way. But again, a testament to the no death grip on the brush. No death grip on that brush. Again, the greens up here. So right here on this, well, whatever these, I think, keep thinking of them as like flower petals. Those are not flower petals. Those are fungus petals. It's like he's hailing a taxi or something. And it looks like this guy just found out that he has to download yet another version of the Bamboo software. That's pretty much what he looks like there. Maybe now a little bit more of that cobalt green. That's again a little bit darker there. Sure enough, yep. I've been waiting a few hours to get that green down in there. Just had to wait for that paint to set in that area. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Some of our green down over here. We've got these little pustule things, whatever they might be. I keep reaching over here to do oh, what is that? The radiant green there, and this is not there. There's cadmium greens sitting down there. It's squatting. Usually the high price thing is not what is squatting in the low rent area. Yeah, let's see. If that was your Monopoly board, that's like that'd be like somebody from Park Place trying to squat down on Baltic Avenue there. Nope, gotta get that thin down some more. There's still too much junk on the end of that brush. Now I think we got it. Yep. All right. So now I can get to this. Get some of those little pustule type things. Now there's not much of a face there, let me tell you. So I got this green once again. We'll go all down in there. Also over here and some up there. Nope, nope, nope. I'm gonna change that to Indian yellow. Where's my Van Dyke brown? There it is. Now that's a very kind of dirty-ish color, but it's actually still very intense. Because, well, what it's got in there, it's got that Indian yellow in there. Might even take some of my cadmium green. Alright. And if you're wondering why you don't see, well, these colors on all of the tutorial videos and that sort of thing, well, if I did use these all the time, it would, and people wanted to replicate what I was doing, say, "Oh, I want to have that same color," they would have to go, "Ah, okay, it's the bankruptcy palette again." Yeah, this is the doomsday palette right here. Yeah, this was not some internet hack that emptied out your wallet. That was self-inflicted. Touch of our orangey green there too. Let me lighten up this, whatever that is on that side of his head. That is too light on whatever this little strap is or whatever. Yeah, it's too late. We will maybe get some of our pearline black. That's a dark green there. There you go. I just toned that down. I just kind of, again, did like a little dry brush type thing. This is another area where I'm going to try to introduce some of this green. Because again, we don't have enough crazy colors going on with our red and violet here. How's about we add this green? And we're talking about green and the, well, basically dark slash shadow areas. But it's such a grayish green. It's not that kind of punch you in the face like Christmas red and Christmas green next to each other. Even that's kind of a cooler burgundy color with, again, this kind of very grayed down, warmish green. But although Indian yellow and cadmium green are part of it, and yet even that can create a green that is more subdued. So again, more of that right in here. We're going to get some of it over here too. A little bit of that back here on him. These are just some of the wildest sculpts I've ever seen. Snuck in a little bit there now, and the deep recesses of this right over here. I'm going to try and get some of that green in there. Now we got this blending brush here. Because all of that back in there, that's essentially pre-glazed back in there. Some of this has not been touched literally for almost 5 hours. So now again, there's if color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? That's what we've been adding. What would you say about the last 45-ish minutes or so is pretty much a lot of this green. And people will look at this and say, "What green? What are you talking about? There's no green on here. There's green all over the place on this." But it's not that kind of bright Kelly green or dark angels green or whatever that kind of first pops into people's minds when they think, ah, greens. Just like on our other one where we've got some very subtle violet colors where people would say, that's not really violet. But it actually is. Now we shall do a similar thing on this side. Again, it's got the pre-glaze that's on there hours ago, and yet we can still blend that. Now, should that have been the alkyd stuff, particularly Paul Rubens found out the hard way that yeah, you do something like that after almost 5 hours, you're gonna have a real tough time pushing that paint around because again it sets and dries pretty darn quick. You have to be kind of mindful and aware. What product are you using? Blending brush again. Anything more there? Sure, there's something more there. Okay, to that. Here. Nice. What else are we working on here? Let's do that. This too. Ah, no. Back to our red. That's our naphthol red. I want some of that to work its way into the violet here. A little bit more of it. Because there's little areas there of just kind of, not a lot happening. I wonder. Let me see what happens if we take that just a bit further. Will it overwhelm the violet too much? I think it's kind of getting there where I need to come back with some of the violet too. Yeah, let's do that because it kind of gives a little extra luminosity, I think, as well. And we're going to use I guess at some point we'll have to have our genuine radiant violet come back out here. We've been using the Gamlin proxies for that for quite some time. More light here all along. These are, again, trying to keep it towards the purple-ish, but also, I mean, it's essentially like almost like a cooler purple. What do we have here? There's that too. Okay. Let's work some of the, there we go. A little bit of the lighter violet on that. Little something on there. Ooh, too much. Blending brush. Look at that. Just wipes it right away. It's all gone. That is all gone now. Get our little touch more of our lighter violet on the face here. Ah, that's good. Maybe a little more on the chin, I suppose. Also on the neck here. Back to something darker. I'm gonna take our violet and our Indian yellow. There's a very nice amber color. We got our separation there. We need to definitely do that on this side. This is all kind of a mess right here. Let's sweep some of that up there. Taking this out. Actually, gonna mix a little bit of Mars yellow deep with that whole pen. Ah, that's it. That is it. I'm actually doing kind of a glazy thing there, but with an opaque color. Because remember, with the oils, you can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. So it's still going to be opaque. It's still going to cover even in a glaze form. Which is why I can dry brush something like an Indian yellow or even a phthalo green, one of those real translucent colors. I can dry brush that over the top of something, and it's translucent enough. It's almost like we put a film over the top of it or something that is that color. There's just a lot of different aspects to the oils. That's why we kind of suggested, well, maybe you don't take your 3,000 point army that you just assembled and like, oh, I've never done oils before, but yeah, let's what could possibly go wrong here? No, you maybe don't quite do that. Maybe give it a try elsewhere first. Now, let yourself have maybe smaller steps to take, easier path to earlier success, and less frustration. Because frustration, well, that's no fun. It's about as much fun as downloading 10 bamboo slicer versions a day. More brilliant yellow pale into that, maybe. I mean, those aren't really teeth there. Trying to get just the top edge of these guys here. What is underneath here? That is really hard to get to, so again, blending brush to the rescue. So we got something lighter on there, but so what are we? Oh, well, geez, now we're almost at 5 hours. Okay. And again, what did this look like 5 hours ago? Well, not much, because there was no paint on it. Flat gray primer. That's all it was. As we lighten up a little more here on the whatever these little rings are. Not sure what they really are. try and go with some of this. Let's break it down. Boy, there's not much left of our Indian yellow there. Or sorry, our brilliant yellow pale. Okay, this is darn near straight up white here. For a couple of things along the kind of outside edges of this fungi here. Also a bit more on the top of that shore. Okay. You know what? I might even, as much as I would really like to have a little violet, let me get a little bit of the violet into this. Alright, let's see. Is right here on the face by the eyes, that, well, nose. Also, too, that is supposed to be in shadows, so I'm gonna not go too bonkers with that over there. Nice to see you, Arid. So, Arid, I hope the stream was very fun. Hope we got a lot done. Everybody, please give Arid Can Wife a follow. Of course, like always, Arid, please, if you want to post your stuff in the chat there, your Pinterest link, please go ahead. It's another one of these crazy fungus people here, Arid. So Arid, I ended up replanting some new seeds. More and more seedlings keep coming up out of that one pot. Actually, some more stuff arrived today, and another one of the large pots, and we'll we'll see what we can get going here again. There's a whole bunch of seedlings coming up out of that one pot. I might actually have to transfer some of those to another pot because there's like 4 or 5 of them growing out of one. Arid, it definitely makes for look at all these little fungi here, Arid. Some wild and crazy color schemes, right? Almost like Mr. Giggles, right, Arid? And, well, Mr. Giggles, we've seen him a couple of times now. He still doesn't understand. He's not grasping the concept that he is a fun guy. I think these guys down here, maybe they've accepted their role as fun guys. And again, everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Arid just posted. Now, Arid, did you get to do all of your post-stream stuff already? So, Arid, we have decided, and again, don't tell these guys this, but we have decided we're going to be getting not just those portobello shrooms there, but we're going to be getting some scallions and some other things. Now, actually, Arid, I was almost tempted to actually maybe do that stuff on the grill. I was very tempted to do something like that. Mostly because, okay, that's good. Uh, when I was pulling up all those tree roots and stuff for the garden, it's like, oh, I got me some quick little firewood here. And I was thinking of utilizing that to, instead of just chucking it in the garbage or whatever, I would actually use that instead of charcoal. So yeah, here that was something I was giving some thought to. Let me hit this here, yeah. More more of that over here. Yeah, Erin, I guess with the what with your marinade there, you really that helps prevent the you don't want them drying out on you, right? It's like whoa, wait, what are we talking about? I mean, I'm into the whole marinade thing, but me being am I in the marinade? I don't like that idea. It's like, well, what do you think he's talking about, man? Look at us. Actually, Erin, there's this that kind of chicken masala or that butter chicken. Actually, Erin, I was even wondering because I mean, your shrooms, one of the nice thing about shrooms, right, is they kind of just absorb all the flavors. They're kind of like little sponges. They're like little sponges. So I was wondering if that's something where I could marinate them in that. I mean, again, we'll try all the different things. This is a cuisine channel after all. We got to try all the different things, don't we, Erin? So I think that might be another thing we have to try because I'd be mixing, probably thinning that down with olive oil. Yeah, that wouldn't be terrible. Boy, recoil, and I have to say, as you know, as much as I would have just thrown some different colors on there, I mean, this specific, like even this right here, this stuff here, that was specifically one of the mushrooms, and it had took it and it did that. Here, we'll go back to our little reference here that we did. You can see it right there, so you can see the spots that it did. It was definitely echoing very specific shrooms. There was some translucent violet shrooms that I also threw into the reference mix. I mean, it's like it's a huge, it's a fantastic tool, right, Rico? I know it's frustrating, right? It can be extremely frustrating, but boy, oh boy, it can also be massively helpful, especially with something like that. Our creative bias, right? Getting you out of that creative bias, where you tend to just kind of go, oh, okay. It would have been very difficult recoil to really think of truly different color schemes. I would have kind of tended, because guess what my bias is? This is my usual color bias right here. All the different blues and turquoises and stuff, and the greens. That is my typical kind of color bias. This is not something I would have really thought of here. So that basically generated something as a, oh, wait a minute, I got to think about that. So again, even if you are not copying it, actually, if you're not copying it at all, it doesn't matter. It's well, it's the thought that counts, right? Recoil. So yeah, recoil. We'll have to give those a try. And actually, recoil is all of the birthday lasagna now consumed. I would imagine most of that is gone, if not all of it. Speaking of which, Aaron, are the dogs still enjoying the treats that you made on the stream there, or are those also consumed? I mean, that's Aaron. I can just imagine now. Of course, dogs are dogs, but I can just imagine you're going to give them like regular treats again. They're like, whoa, what's this? Where's the gourmet stuff? Nah, the last of it going today. Well, Rico, that might be. We'll call it garage lasagna, Recoil. Yeah, we'll make it in the garage in the toaster ovens. It'll be garage lasagna. Pureed pumpkin and apple frozen with dried cranberries. Well, that's gonna be that sounds healthy, healthy food for humans right there, Irid. Uh, Almost like I don't want to say like a jelly or something, like a jam to put on bread, but almost something like to. Actually, now I'm starting to imagine you dip some apple slices in that or apple chips. Yeah, yeah, I know. Recoil. I never did make any of the apple chips or any of the dried fruits in the air fryer yet. I got to do that too. Ah, well, they like those arid, right? Because they can chaw on them if they want and bust them up, or they can just kind of lick them, or they just like scoot them across the floor. I could see him doing all those things with them. What do we got working here? Yeah, a little bit more of this yellow all the way back in there. Blending brush again. Come on, all the way back in there. Yeah, I'm just visualizing that arid that just them pushing those things around. They're scooting across the tile floor or whatever, linoleum. That probably should have been more of our violet down there and those things, but I don't know. I'm gonna roll with that for right now. Where are we at? I think we are over here, kind of again that sort of muted orangey stuff that's gonna go over here in this area, like you do there. More of that over here. Come on. All right. Just lighter still, sure. Back to my Terra Rosa for that though. Okay, gotta go thinner. Let's see what happens. Yep, that's I just had to make the paint a little bit thinner, that's all. That's all I had to do. Alright, lighter there too now. Back to our Terra Rosa again. Well, technically Venetian red, that's the Richardson stuff. That is essentially Terra Rosa was the first not Terra Rosa that I was ever able to find. This has basically a whole bunch of light right next to a whole bunch of dark and not a bunch in between. Let's see if we can negotiate some of that here. Okay. So here I still have to get to the store to get those bars of Irish Spring to discourage critters from chawing on growing things there in the garden. Now, we'll find out if it really actually works. Kathy's sister insisted it does. We shall find out in practical application. And again, I wanna get it on some nice fearsome pikes to let those critters know what's gonna happen to them if they mess with the Wappleville Gardens. Best not to do that. This again is our Indian yellow, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. It's crazy. Well, again, not really much of a face per se. I think that's their first time trying the bars of Irish Spring. I don't think that's something they've tried before. Now they got them up at the cabin. They've got them in their massive backyard garden. And hopefully, if they keep other varmints out of the backyard, so much the better. Touch a little bit of our light down in there too. Gonna sneak me a little bit of this later stuff down into here. Got some of our green on the other side of that as well. This is, I think it could probably use some overlay. Let me try this. This is our pure orange mixed with our brilliant yellow pale, which essentially almost makes it look a little bit like a pinkish color, but it's not pink. It definitely has orange to it. It's actually kind of a possible skin tone color, believe it or not. Little touch of our light over there. There we go. Now, Rico, one of the things I was considering as a topic if I do a 2D art thing for the birthday stream, I was actually thinking of a painting of Babylon 5, because you know what I never actually really painted? Recoil was Babylon 5 itself. I mean, maybe it was like sort of in the background of one of the paintings that I did, but it was never just like the station. So I might have to either that or an Earth Cruiser or something like that. But I think we might even have, maybe we paint Babylon 5 or something for either that or a ship. It was going to be either a sailing ship or Babylon 5. Who knows? Maybe both. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to go back here. Let me get a little bit of my burgundy again. Because there's another little edge that went a little funky. I think that's also, yeah, the print went a little wacky right there. Yeah, obviously, well, I guess there was so much focus on all the portrait stuff, recoil, and the characters that, again, at most, it was just like in the background of a painting. That was it. Never just the station. Now, I don't know if it's called Fans of B5 or something like that, but there's a Facebook page that keeps showing me things, and it happened to be basically like a schematic of Babylon 5, kind of showing you where the diplomatic zone is down below where the Zocalo would be. Talk about something. And of course, there I think we wouldn't get in too much trouble there for just painting Babylon 5. There's no image of a person or something to say, hey, you can't paint that image. I guess it was Peter Jurassic's, well, obviously not actual birthday, but it would have been his birthday yesterday, or either yesterday or today. No, back to our greenish gray. Gotta sneak this brush underneath here somehow. Get at that. So Rico, I might have to go into the AI there and just see what it can conjure up, with maybe the jump gate, either in the foreground or background, and with some star furies in front of it or something. Now, of course, who knows? It might say, "Sorry, Dave, I can't do that," which is why that Venice one, I gotta try that some more. Recoil. I don't even think I'm gonna bother with Midjourney and some of those other ones. Even though even the folks talking about, like, say that Venice one, they say, well, Midjourney is way better as far as maybe the technical results you'll get on a lot of different aspects. But if you can't render any images, like, again, the only reason I was able to even get away with these is because it got deceived at what it really was. It couldn't understand the shapes. Otherwise, yeah, the GPT would have never done these guys either. And just like anything else, it would just be for the concept, right? Just like here again, this up here, I wasn't really thinking of this with the spots, but it threw that out there, and I said, oh, you know what? Maybe we need to do that. Actually, speaking of the spots, let me see what happens here. I'm just gonna throw a couple of those out here, maybe. Not too many. Just a little something. Any more over there? Yeah, a little bit more of our darks there. Also some of that here on our base. We're gonna try and get in the base there some kind of flock and foliage. What that would be yet, but some kind of flock and foliage. Let me try to Mars yellow deep. Our turquoise. Change this a little bit towards the, maybe a little bit away from the violet there. Also maybe a little darker. I mean, that is all in shadow anyways, so maybe that makes a little more sense. So again, look at the difference. And again, this is more my typical kind of colors. That basically you say, okay, here's this thing, paint it with the first thing that comes out of your head. This is generally what I would probably be doing. This is definitely not usually my first choice of colors. So that is, again, the advantage of using something else that can kind of, again, that gives you a little bit of an idea. Maybe try this instead. Maybe you've never done this before, or it's not usually something you think of doing. Maybe give it a try. Now this is some really intensely light color here. That's for the top of the head here, right? That should be catching some light. More of our light up there too. Down on this guy. Yep, I'm gonna try and catch the just some of this crazy weird folds and undulations here. And again, as a reminder, 5 hours 26 minutes ago, this was flat gray primer with absolutely no color on it whatsoever. No color, no zenithal, no nothing. As they say here, don't blink. Because whatever, you will miss whatever. If you blink, don't do that. That is ill-advised. Catch me a couple of the lighter magenta colors up here. Let me find, I'll use this too. Come on, right on that shoulder there. There's yet another layer of folded fungus stuff right there. Okay, that doesn't belong there. We're going to get rid of that. We'll just blend that in with everything else. Yep, a little bit lighter on the chest there. We even got some of our violet on there. Right, there's green, violet, red, yellow. There's grays. There's all of this just on this one little extra dude over here. And when we talk about the paint contest stuff, this is the kind of thing you want to consider. Also here, we're going to take this green again. This is that cobalt green. So lots of reds there, right? What are we going to? We're about to take this green, and we just introduce green into an area where there's a whole bunch of red. Now we're actually going to crank up the cadmium green here. Well, a mix anyway. And there you go. Looky there. So again, that's a much more interesting shadow area there than just, oh, okay, darker red. Yay. Fantastic. Yeah, Irid, I did, I had about a minute and a half to turn over as much soil as I could just with the shovel. I actually did take the lawn mower, just the handheld mower, and I did like 10 minutes, not even, like 9 minutes of that, 8 minutes of that, about 3 minutes maybe with the shovel. It was rapid fire gardening, Arid. That was rapid fire garden. Oh, and I also again repotted all those things. That was more of an indoor thing. I guess it's going to be back up on the ladder for me soon because I've got another thing of the chuck pointing caulk there. So we get to use, for the second time, the glorious new 26-foot tall articulating ladder. Again, this is a home repair channel. This is actually more of a visual thing than necessarily a repair thing because I had used this black rubber type stuff, which looks really weird on the house instead of, well, the usual tuck pointing color. Yeah, here it is so heavy it actually has wheels on it. Yeah, and it's very. It was not the cheapest ladder ever, that's for sure. And hopefully, when I am replacing the window, I'll get to be able to use it like a scaffold. Kind of articulate it into that position as I add me a little bit more of our violet down there. And again, on the underside of this here. Arid, it's the autocorrect monster. Yes, we blame it all on the autocorrect monster, Arid. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take this Terra Rosa here. That was not originally what I was thinking of doing, but maybe that's what we need to do here. Now, let me see what happens if we go a wee smidge lighter than that. Arid, I think you remember in the early days I talked about how I had all those years of French in school. I could read it and write it, but I could not speak it and I couldn't understand it if it was spoken to me. And I wasn't sure if there's like some kind of weird language dyslexia going on there. Usually dyslexia is like the visual thing of language, right? But if I could see it, I could translate it. It's probably why that's the same reason why music doesn't work as far as written music doesn't work so well for me, but I can hear it, which is weird, right? You would think the other way around. But yeah, it was just, and again, when you have all your other siblings don't just play instruments, some of them play, I don't know, 20 instruments and write symphonies in 4 languages. And then there's you, and you're the only one doing the visual art thing. You start to wonder, oh, okay, where'd that come from? Especially when all of your siblings are a minimum of 8 years older than you are. And that ain't no joke. Alright, let me get this Terrosa. Maybe even push it a little bit onto that one section. Okay, yeah. Now I might come back with my violet here real quick like. Is that going to be too late? Let's see. Maybe not, maybe not. Back to the darker stuff now. Now there is a picture of me. Oh, it's a baptism picture, something like that. And people say, "Oh, that's your mom and dad," and it's like, "Nope, that's my brother and sister." Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think that is gonna have to be good enough there. What about here's some of this darker violet up there? Yeah, that does make our. Yeah, I'm gonna try that over here. Well, we kind of have it over on this side. I think that does work. And these crazy, whatever this stuff is up here, I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I think, was it 19 years? I believe that is the spread from oldest to youngest here. Let me do that. Okay, a little bit there. Okay, do you see we got our green, little subtle green right down in there. Our back to our burgundy stuff over here. And all the while, that is still mixing with all of this stuff is wet. Because remember, this is not the alkyd stuff. So this, the stuff that's on here, talk about not going to set very quickly. This is not going to set very quickly. Big difference here. All right, trying to get some of our white mixed with our Van Dyke brown, which now at this point almost kind of looks like a greenish gray. Or this little band of something right there. So I'll see you later there, Irid. Yep, it's almost 4 here. It is almost 4 here, and that is why we'll probably be saying thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. We had a whole bunch of raids. Now, of course, I guess I will be on the Council of Miniature Painters later today. 6 p.m. Central Time. So there you go. We'll be back at this again. Well, and then we'll be filming after that. But yes, we will be essentially almost semi-streaming again in just a matter of hours. Because that's how we roll here in Wampoville, right, Recoil? So see you later there, Arid. Thank you so much for being here. And again, I do want to say thanks for all of those bits and subs and follows. Cheers. Let's zoom out here so we can have a little bit better view of this and this. So here's our first 2 Zygamores. We will show a reference here. Again, I'm going to be doing one of these as a tutorial video on the Patreon page, possibly even a series, like a 2-part series. Here we go. That was our color scheme that we created. Again, it was a suggestion. I went, oh wow, I got to try some of that stuff. So again, a very, very interesting set of sculpts from Archvillain Games. And we got one more of these to do. So see you later, Rico. I'll shoot you a message right after the stream there. So thanks again. Appreciate you being here, of course.